Alrighty, so firstly, again, welcome and thank you all for being here. I just want to quickly acknowledge Congressman Henry Cuellar. Thank you for providing your support for this event and for all of the advocacy that you do for the South Texas region. Truly, thank you. I also want to thank the DeSoto County Judge, Leila Martinez, for being here. Thank you. Although they couldn't make it today, my great deal Velasquez Castañeda and Juan Rodriguez from STDC, who helped spread the word about today's event. Got a lot of y'all here, so thank you to them. And of course, lastly, I know many of you may have already noticed my boss, an incredible, amazing Trisha, but she's not with us today. She had a family emergency. But I do want to thank her, who without her vision, along with Mark Magana here, this event would not have been possible. So thank you to that. I'm going to pass it over to Mark so he can say a few words.
Gracias, Alex. Buenos dias.
Buenos días.
I do want to give my deepest thanks to Trisha. Couldn't be here today with Alex, who was really a force in pulling this together. With Anna on my team, who is an amazing leader. And thank Congressman Cuellar for his support and all the other esteemed guests here. My name is Mark Magana. I'm the founding president and CEO of Green Latinos. We are a nationwide comunidad of Latino, environmental conservation, climate justice, green jobs, organizers, advocates. And we come together to do three main things. Number one is to convene people who are interested in the green future, the green economy of this country, and to be able to come together to meet each other, to break down barriers that exist between different sectors of the environmental movement, whether you're frontline environmental justice or come from a big green group or are work in the sustainable energy field or work in academia. We all have our unique information, access, power, privilege to be able to share with each other so that we can together build this future green economy that we're going to be talking about today. We also play a central role in how we can support communities in the work that they're doing, how they'll be able to get more EV chargers, how they're going to be able to create solar panels and develop the energy of the future and be able to help their community along the way. So our intermediary role of doing the linking them to resources and also providing resources. And then the third is how we can come together to advocate for even more resources for us to be able to do the work together, for us to be able to get it from money from federal, which I'll talk about, and then from state and local to add to the pot, to add to the effort of what is already available with the IRA and the IIJA, EIL. And so I stand before you with immense pride and excitement as we gather here today for the Justice 40 Symposium. This symposium marks a significant milestone in our journey towards building a more equitable and sustainable future for all of us. We come together as a united force driven by a shared vision of creating a world where no community is left behind, where all voices are heard and where the burdens of environmental injustices are equally addressed. The Justice 40 initiative is not merely a policy or a program. It represents a commitment from the highest levels of leadership. President Biden's vision, reflected in Justice 40, signifies a monumental shift in our approach to environmental policy. It reminds us that environmental justice must be at the core of every decision we make, including the historically marginalized communities, Latino communities, and making sure they're empowered and uplifted in our work. Throughout history, Latino communities have been resilient in the face of environmental injustices, often disproportionately bearing the brunt of pollution and climate impacts. But today we stand united to write a new chapter, one that centers around empowerment, justice, and inclusion. Together we will amplify our voices, demanding equitable access to clean air, clean water, green spaces, economic opportunity, jobs, and for the future, the green future. So this symposium is a testament to the power of collaboration, how we come together, how we work together. We gather representatives, all y'all, from local governments, universities, laborers, business, NGOs, and many more. And the power of this diverse group exemplifies the strength we have when we come together. Our pool of collective knowledge and expertise make us better equipped to tackle the challenges that lie ahead. When the president announced the Justice 40 initiative in his first week in office, his intent was to make sure that communities that haven't been provided with the benefits of the green economy are featured, are foremost, are served by 40% of the grants in the energy, environment, housing, transportation field, to make sure that these underserved communities receive these benefits. So that 40% of what we talk about what we will be talking about in the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, and in the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, the BIL, is billions and billions and billions of dollars that we can use to help our communities to be able to grow, to be able to advance, to be able to grow in a healthier future with clean energy and clean housing and clean transportation that benefits both the economy and jobs, but also benefits the communities who have suffered from the air pollution and the water pollution that have been going on. So when Green Latinos took on and created what we had was our Colaborativo 40, where we joined with Unidos US, Hispanic Federation, US Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Labor Council for Latin American Advancement, HACU, Hispanic Associations on Colleges and Universities. Our intention was to make sure that the entities who have historical ability and infrastructure to be primary federal grant applicants, universities, big businesses, states and cities and counties, partner with the local entities that understand environmental justice, that understand green energy, that understand the future that we need, so that we can come together and best serve our own communities that we live in. Communities in the Rio Grande Valley, communities in Los Angeles, communities in New York that have not been served by this type of government funding. And so now is our opportunity with this Justice 40 moment to say that 40% of those hundreds of billions of dollars, that's ours. And we're going to use it to serve our own communities. And so we need to be selfish right now. We need to demand that that money goes to inside our communities, to us, to serve us, and make the decisions for our own community. So that's vital. So throughout today's symposium, we will delve into the intricacies of the Justice 40 initiative, exploring its history, the flow of funding, and the various categories of investment. Our esteemed speakers and panelists will share their experiences, highlight successful case studies, and best practices for securing Justice 40 grants. By combining our resources and expertise, we can unlock unprecedented opportunities to accelerate positive change in our communities. For us, for the very first time, Green Latinos was a primary applicant for a federal grant. And that was 2 months ago, and it was for USDA urban greening, urban forestry grant, tree planting in our communities. And we had a grant writer who had experience, and we had a grant advisor who had experience. And it was a doozy of an experience to be able to get that across the finish line. 60 pages long, and my staff still hasn't forgiven me. You need the infrastructure, you need the partners who know what they're doing, who have the abilities, the experience, but they need us also. They need the knowledge, they need the community knowledge, they need the community input. And when I say need it, I don't mean just in the sense to do things right. These grants have to have community input in them as you apply. And so it is not something that looks good or feels good. It's a necessity if you want to win the grant. And so being able to be a great partner on both sides, with business, with labor, with the university, but also with frontline environmental justice communities. And so that's vital, and that's one reason we're all in this room together, is to build those partnerships, but to also be educated about the opportunities that are out there. So as we embark on this journey together, let's remember that our work is not done in isolation. Every voice in this room matters, and every partnership formed has the potential to change lives and communities. So let's seize this moment to inspire, to connect, and ignite a new era of environmental justice and green energy for the future. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for being part of this momentous occasion. So let's embrace the spirit of unity and commitment to justice that defines this symposium. And together we can create a brighter, cleaner, and more just world for our future generations. And that's what this is about. I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old, and when they were born, I rededicated myself to this opportunity to make sure that they have a future. And as we all know, it's getting hot out there, and it's just going to get hotter. And so we need to address this now. So thank you, and let's begin this transformative journey together. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. Alrighty, so for those of you who aren't familiar with me, my name is Alexandra Castaneda. I am the Federal Environmental Justice Program Manager, it's a mouthful, with RISC. So I just started with them not too long ago. And so I must say that I am absolutely elated to be here in front of you all. These leaders from these different communities, cities, counties, organizations even. And so I think it's a commonly understood notion that if you get a group of people in a room, you're not all going to agree on everything, right? But what I take solace in today is knowing that each and every one of us shares a commitment. We have the commitment to serve our communities and to strive for the betterment, every single one of us. So in that commitment, I ask that you all utilize me as a resource. So in my role as the Federal Environmental Justice Program Manager, emphasizing Justice 40, emphasizing IRA and the IIJA, I am hoping to create this network with you all and connect you with communities that want to do similar projects. I want you guys to reach out to me. I will be reaching out to each and every one of you so that we can set meetings and go over what are your community needs and how can I connect that to a federal funding opportunity? Or how can I connect you to organizations like Mark was saying that have those resources? I am coming from the county, from Webb County, and I'm very aware of the capacity gaps that exist when it comes to going after federal funds, right? In our community. Yes, we're cities, yes, we're counties. Even then, there are capacity gaps. So through the IRA and IIJA, as Mark was saying, there are hundreds of billions of dollars being funneled to communities across the nation. So let's ensure that South Texas is one of those communities. I understand the burdens that come along with federal funding, but you're not alone. If we band together in some of these opportunities, we relieve that burden for ourselves. As Mark was mentioning, when you come together and you divide the grant application, these are heavy, heavy applications, but it requires partnerships. It requires coming together for, again, the betterment of our communities. So today you're going to hear from some amazing people on the topics of clean energy, clean transportation, innovative approaches to water and wastewater, and I encourage each and every one of you to walk up to our speakers, talk to them, introduce yourselves, make those connections, network with one another. I encourage that. I hope that happens today. And again, I am going to be available for any of your needs. If you guys look up onto the screens, there has been some slides going on a loop. So on one of those slides is, it'll come up just shortly, on one of those slides is a Justice 40 Accelerator resource page. So this is basically a database on all of the available IRA and IIJA funding. So what you'll do is you can go in there, you'll see the agency, you'll see who's eligible for applying for these funds, just different details, right, all in one place. And that's something that Risk is currently working on embedding into our website, so that's available to you all. Aside from that, we are also working on one-page grant alerts. I'm very, very familiar with NOFOs and how heavy they are to read sometimes. So what we're going to be doing is identifying projects or opportunities that connect with the needs here in our region and sending those out to you all. So today, with everybody who registered, everybody who provided their emails at the beginning of registration, you'll be put into an email list. If you don't want to be in that list, just please let us know. But that's where we'll be sending the grant alerts from, okay? So that's just some of the resources that we're planning to bring in again. So that is the database up there. And then right here is the one-page grant alert opportunity. So that's just a preview, an idea. So very, very easy to read, has all the key information that you need. So that is coming soon. And with that, I want to welcome Congressman Henry Guayak to the front of the room so he can say a few words.
I'm walking with my coffee. Thank you again so much, Ms. Castaneda, Blas Castaneda, told me to make sure that I said that you're doing a great job. Let me, first of all, I want to thank all of the organizers for putting this together because it's very, very important that we coordinate in going after the federal grants. So I will go and give you a little bit of history on funding from the federal government, the 3 different types of funding, how our community will get funding. I'll give you a little bit of history. It gets a little political up there, and just bear with me so you understand, because sometimes people see what's happening in Washington, but at the end of the day, it's going to work out. So I'll go over the 3 major pieces of legislation. But first of all, there's really 3 ways of getting monies down to a community. First of all, Congress gets together and we pass an appropriation bill, or sometimes a different piece of legislation like the bipartisan infrastructure. So Congress will do its work up there. And then Congress then will send the money over to the agencies, so the agencies can then distribute the money. Sometimes the money doesn't go directly to the areas that they need, and this is why this Justice 40 is very important, because the president basically has about 21 agencies that have different accounts. Not all of the money is available, but different accounts in 21 agencies, and says 40% of those will go to disadvantaged community. If you have the map, which I think you all have up there, you will see that certainly Webb County, all the border communities here are covered and are in different places across. So this, what the president has done, has been very useful in making sure that communities that have been historically had a deficiency of funding will get this funding over here. So I want to thank President Biden for putting that executive order together. Now, how does the money get over here? Well, every member that serves in the appropriations, they come in from certain areas. I'm the only Democrat from Texas and New Mexico, the surrounding area, that sits on the appropriation. So I look at how do we get monies to the state of Texas, to the rest of the country, but to the state of Texas. So we set the appropriations bill, and then after we set that appropriations bill, keep in mind that we're dealing only with 1/3 of the federal budget. The other 2/3 is on automatic. That is Social Security, Medicare, veterans benefits, and that's what's growing very fast. So when you hear about deficit spending, keep in mind that a lot of people will look at the discretionary funding, where half of it goes to the military and the other half goes to non-military accounts, and that comprises about 1/3, and the other 2/3, like I said, are automatic. So let's talk about the 1/3, about 1.6, 1.7 trillion dollars monies are coming in. That money goes through the appropriations bill process. We put it out to the agencies. But in addition, this 40 initiative talks about 3 pieces of legislation. And let me give you a history, because it's important that people understand how we get there and the politics that's involved. The American Recovery Bill put in billions of dollars because we had a pandemic. And that pretty much was bipartisan, except for the extreme right. But pretty much it was bipartisan. So that bill went through and sent billions of dollars to cities and counties and schools where they can use that money for teacher pay raises, to keep our kids safe, to the schools, to the cities. For example, Laredo got about $96 million. Webb County got about $54 million. School districts each got about $130 million. So it came in that way. So that's one way that this bill provided money, bipartisan. Then we had the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That was a very interesting piece of legislation, because when we finally got it passed, the far left, and remember, we're in the majority Democrats, there was a group of folks on the far left said, we're not going to support it. And it would have failed, but we were able to get about 13 Republicans to come over, and the rest of the Republicans didn't support it, but it passed with a little bit of help from Republicans. Then we had the Inflation Reduction Act, and that was straight party. No Democrat voted against it, no Republican supported it, and it came in. So the process can get a little ugly out there, I understand that, and you see some of that. But again, the money is now available. As Mark said, there are hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that are out there available. Now, what are the three ways that money comes to the community? One, formula funding, and that's why the U.S. Census is extremely important, because once you get that number, that for the next 10 years will determine how much money a community gets. So formula funding is one. The second one is earmarks. And the way I do my earmarks is I look at areas that traditionally, like you both of you said, that might not be able to get a grant writer. For example, here in Laredo, we got $2 million for the bipartisan park that we're working on. We also will be announcing $1 million for the Chacon Creek, for the Zacate Creek, and we're still waiting for about $52 million for the Chacon Creek. So there's ways that we can get those monies out there through earmarks. Member of Congress will look at, where do I direct the money? That's the second way. The third way is what we're talking about here, and also grants. And I agree with Mark and both Ms. Castaneda. If I had a little red button, I would make a one-pager, and I would put it in plain English. Because again, like both of y'all said, it is so tedious and burdensome to fill in all those pages, and it can be hard. And again, it's not in plain English. And again, this is something that I want to see where we can streamline that process. So those grants have to be applied. Through my congressional district, all the way from Star all the way to San Antonio, what I've seen over the years is the big cities, certain entities are able to afford a grant writer. Small rural communities and not-for-profits don't really, sometimes they do, but usually don't have grant writers. So that's what makes it difficult. So therefore, we have to find a clearinghouse, like y'all are doing here, to get those dollars to communities, but have them matched with grant writers. For example, Tammy, you here, John, and we're about to announce one of the grants over here from the National Science Foundation in a few minutes. They have grant writers here. And then you have the city of Laredo, you have Webb County that have grant writers, but then some of the non-for-profits or some of the small rural counties, Judge, might not have grant writers, or sometimes they're part-time. So how do we provide a clearinghouse so we can match the grant writers to do it? And I'm glad that Brisk is doing this and the Green Latinos are doing this, because we have an opportunity right now. There are billions, hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. And if you want to talk about climate change, this is the largest climate bill that has been passed in the history of the United States, period. And I would venture to say in the whole country. So there are billions of dollars available, and those monies are going to go up. And usually by the end of the fiscal year, which is September 30th, you'll see amounts of monies coming out because they want to make sure they get out those grants as much as possible out to communities. But the question is, how do you get to first base? If you don't fill out that application, then you don't get to home base where you get the money. And that's why it's very, very, very important that the work that Mark and Castaneda and all of you are putting together is so important, putting a clearinghouse to do this work. I know we're talking about climate change here, but if you look at Justice 40 and what they do, it covers from workforce development. It covers so many other things that we can cover. I know the focus is on climate here, which is, like I said, this is the largest climate bill funding that we've ever had in the history of the United States. And this is why it's important that we take advantage. So one of the things that I'll be sitting down with y'all folks to work with my office is to make sure that we put the grant writers, the information out there. And we're doing the same thing. Every Monday morning, we send out a newsletter to people who sign on. Here are the grants that are available. And it covers everything from education to transportation to healthcare and all that. So make sure you got one sign in. You can do a sign in. Mel Pena's available also over here, back here. And we can work with you to do that. And it's very, very important that one, you get the information. But second of all, how do you get together with somebody who has a grant writer? I've always felt that universities are a great source where we can work with them and community colleges and other entities that we can work this together. And one of the things that the federal government looks at is not one entity, but in the partnership with different folks, that gives you a better chance of getting a grant itself there. One of the things I noticed here, there's 21 agencies, and you see the commissions. Back in 2008, I myself and Sylvester Reyes, I don't know if anybody's here from El Paso, myself and him, we started a Southwest Economic Commission also, just like the other commissions that are listed. And then finally, I had my first grant writer named Juan Sanchez from Laredo, said, hey, you haven't put any money into it. So we added money. There's about $2.5–3 million there. And right now it's just for operations, but we need to put the money just like the other commissions have in other places. So I certainly want to work with you so we can put that money in there. And that will be another source of funding because it's for the Southwest states that we have to provide that funding there. So a lot of opportunities out there. There's a defined period of time that this money will be available. And if you don't ask for it, somebody's going to ask for it. And sitting on the appropriations when we add billions of dollars here, billions of dollars here, I know by September 30th, some community is going to get it. And I certainly want it to come to the border and to South Texas. So any way I can be helpful to you, please let me know. We do those letters or recommendations to your 60-page applications. And I think I probably will become a hero when I'm able to put it in plain English, a one-pager for an application. I'll probably be the best hero around to do that. But we'll try to streamline. With that, I just want to say thank you so much to Mark, and again, I'll say hello to Moses and to Dean and to Jose Boscoen. Also, common friends that we have in D.C. And again, Ms. Castaneda, thank you so much. And to all of y'all, thank you so much. I'll be here for a period of time. Then I'm going to walk down the hall to announce somebody to the university, so a grant, where the grant writer put that together. So again, thank you so much, and look forward to working with you. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you to Congressman. And I'm going to introduce Artie Griffin here, who's from Emerald Cities Collaborative. Thank you guys so much for having me here today. Good morning, everyone. Yes, thank you. Good morning. I love the interaction. My name is Artie Griffin. I'm the Policy Analyst and Legislative Director for Emerald Cities Collaborative. And so excited to be here in this room with you guys today. Since I joined Emerald Cities, I've done several presentations on the Justice 40 initiative, and all of those have been via Zoom. So it is finally nice to be in a space with everyone, especially with so many leaders and anchors and local government folks to engage with. So just a little bit about myself before we jump into the initiative. I am an attorney by trade, licensed in 2 states. For the most part, my practice was in criminal justice, but I did dabble in legislation and policy, which is then when I made the leap to become a legislative director for a state senator in Pennsylvania. So lots of experience working with state legislatures, lots of experience working with state agencies. Here now, in my role with Emerald Cities, as a policy analyst and ledge director, I spend a lot of my days wading through all of those pieces of legislation, all of those rulemakings, all of those guidance, hundreds of pages of grant applications, and I really work to distill that information down into the need-to-know bits. That's really important for communities to understand, to help them be able to access and advocate for that funding and get that into their communities. So that's a bit about me, but I will just briefly introduce Emerald Cities. Emerald Cities, we are a nationwide nonprofit organization. We really focus on collaboration building to fulfill our 3-part mission of greening our cities, building our communities, and strengthening our democracy. So that last piece, the strengthening our democracy, that's really where my wheelhouse is, especially when it comes to advocating for procedural equity within the way our federal, state, and local government partners are implementing their policies and their procedures and their programs and their funding opportunities to make sure that they are including community throughout that entire process. All right, so just to kind of give folks an idea of how we'll be moving through today's presentation, first I will be focusing on the plain language of the Justice 40 initiative, really trying to demystify and unpack what that means and what it is. Then we'll be moving into implementation to get a good sense of how our federal agency partners are implementing Justice 40, and then identifying some opportunities for intervention for community to engage and for anchors and local folks like yourself to engage as well. And then I will round out the presentation with some resources that I think will kind of will help you get a deeper dive into the Justice 40 initiative outside of the high-level overview that I'll be providing today. Just a couple, I guess, housekeeping matters. I have linked a lot of the resources directly into this slide, so I'll make sure that those are accessible and available to you all. And then I've also strategically placed opportunities for questions throughout the presentation. But if you do have a clarification question, something that didn't quite hit right, please feel free to raise your hand because I'd rather address that sooner rather than later. I always like to say I know a lot about Justice 40, but to say that I'm 100% expert, I think that's a bit much, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So I will try to answer all of your questions, but if for some reason I can't answer them today, I will work with you to find a solution. And then I will include my contact information at the end of the slides as well, so that you guys can do that with you. All right, let's get started with the Justice 40 initiative. Okay. All right, so very early on in the Biden-Harris administration, President Biden signed Executive Order 14008, which is more commonly referred to as tackling the climate crisis at home and abroad. It was this specific executive order that established the Justice 40 initiative. So what does that mean? What is it? Well, Justice 40 is a federal goal that at least 40% of overall benefits of certain federal investments reach disadvantaged communities. And I'd really like to highlight that part that this is a federal goal for federal agencies to ensure that their benefits are reaching the communities that need it the most. I always like to say that this is this administration's opportunity to embed equity in the way that they are implementing their programs. And specifically procedural equity. One of the things that I notice throughout the Justice 40 initiative, from the executive order to the interim implementation guidance that we'll discuss, and to all the way down to some of the program guidance for some of these programs. One thing that I've noticed is that procedural equity piece is really the through line of all of those guidances. And specifically, they're asking agencies, state officials, local officials, grant applicants to really engage community. So it seems like I say that a lot because I'm just really trying to emphasize, as the previous speakers did, that engaging community is incredibly important in this process. So again, Justice 40, making sure that at least 40% of overall benefits of certain federal investments are reaching disadvantaged communities. Like to take a pause there just to kind of get a pulse in the room, see how everybody's feeling. This is the language that is directly from the executive order, and oftentimes I feel like legal wording can be very wonky and inaccessible, so just want to make sure that folks are on board and understanding. Yes, can I get some thumbs up, head shakes? Awesome. One thing that I also like to kind of pause and step back here is because oftentimes I am approached with the question of, hey Artie, how do I get that Justice 40 money? And I always like to take a pause and step back and say, well, let's reframe. Justice 40 in and of itself is not a specific pot of funding. Justice 40 is really a framework for how federal agencies can be implementing and distributing their investment benefits more equitably. So while I could say that a specific pot of grant funding could be considered Justice 40 if it falls within a Justice 40 covered program, Justice 40 in and of itself is not a pot of funding. And there's a lot of nuance there, and we'll get into that in a couple slides. But again, I'm going to repeat myself over and over again. Justice 40 is a goal that at least 40% of overall federal benefits of federal investments are reaching disadvantaged communities. All right, so looking at the slide, you'll see that I've highlighted and bolded several key terms. I've got benefits, federal investments, and disadvantaged communities highlighted. And I like to point out those key terms because I think the way that those are defined will really define the impact of Justice 40. All right, so I'm going to briefly skip over benefits and disadvantaged communities and start with federal investments because this term was specifically defined within the executive order. So when we talk about overall benefits of certain federal investments, these are the federal investments that they're referring to. So originally, the executive order focused on clean energy and energy efficiency, clean transit, affordable and sustainable housing, training and workforce development, remediation and reduction of legacy pollution, and development of critical clean water infrastructure. So those were the 6 targeted categories within the executive order. But then, when the administration released their interim implementation guidance, they also added that catch-all category of climate change. So I want to reiterate all of these categories because they are very important in a sense that whenever you see a federal program making a federal investment in one or more of these 7 categories, that means it's going to be a Justice 40 covered program. So when we think about what is Justice 40, I want you to remember it's a goal and it's also covering this 7 specific federal investment categories. All right, so we just want to take a pause there. Make sure we don't have any clarification questions. Good? Awesome. Y'all have had your coffee. I appreciate that. All right. All right, so how are we looking to implement Justice 40? So, as I mentioned, after the executive order was signed, the administration then released their interim implementation guidance for the federal agencies to tell them how they should start implementing Justice 40. So what they did is this guidance really provided, I think, a roadmap of sorts for how federal agencies should begin to assess their program catalog to figure out how is Justice 40 going to apply to them. So they're really being asked to identify which of their programs were making investments in those 7 categories. Then they were told to define the types of benefits that those programs were providing. And then they wanted to make sure that they had specific structures in place to not only measure those benefits, but to track those benefits to make sure that they're getting to disadvantaged communities. So really like a landscape analysis of how they can start implementing the initiative. But that guidance also provided us additional definitions that are key to the Justice 40 initiative. In that first definition being Justice 40 covered programs. So again, any federal program that is making an investment in one or more of those 7 investment categories that we discussed earlier is a Justice 40 covered program. And the next definition is the next 2 that they defined for benefits and disadvantaged communities. So you can see that benefits is defined very broadly to include direct and indirect investments and program outcomes that positively impact disadvantaged communities. So very much a broad definition because as they clarified in the guidance, to identify the specific types of benefits that the programs are going to provide, you really need to know what program you're talking about. But one thing I appreciate about the guidance is that they provided examples for types of benefits that would be associated with the 7 investment categories. So that guidance is a good indicator of what types of benefits are going to come from specific programs based on the type of investments that they're making. And then the final definition, disadvantaged communities. So the guidance also provided some various data factors or indicators that agencies could be using to identify and define disadvantaged communities. But ultimately, the guidance pivoted to the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. So for those of you who aren't familiar, CJIS, as it is for short, CJIS is an interactive mapping tool that uses different data indicators to identify disadvantaged communities based on the census tract. Again, by filling out the census is important. So a lot of those factors were consistent with the interim implementation guidance, but greatly expanded upon once they implemented the final version of the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And that tool is to be updated, I think, annually. So we'll see it evolve over time as the data evolves. But I will say that up until now, agencies have been able to use the definitions that they've created based on the interim guidance to identify disadvantaged communities. A lot of them created their own tools to identify disadvantaged communities. But earlier this year, the administration put out an addendum to their interim implementation guidance, which now says that agencies should be using CJIS as their primary tool to implementing Justice 40. I think there are some limited exceptions, but the agency would have to make that request directly. So for the most part, we're going to be looking at CJIS as the primary tool for identifying disadvantaged communities. All right, so what does that look like? Now that we kind of have a grounding for how federal agencies should be approaching Justice 40, and how what tools that they're using to define disadvantaged communities, what does that look like in practice? So it's been our experience at ACC that the primary form in which Justice 40 is going to be implemented is through their federal funding opportunities. We already heard a little bit from the Congressman about formula grants and competitive grants. So we're going to stay in those lanes and expand upon how Justice 40 is being applied to each of those forms of funding. So I will say on the outset that implementing Justice 40, it will really depend on the type of funding that we're looking at. So I'm going to take them separately and apart. So starting with formula grants. So with funding formula grants, as was said earlier, that funding is directly allocated to state agencies. It will go from federal agency to the state counterparts. And typically it is automatically given. However, one thing that we've seen in the last 2 federal spending bills, both the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, is that states are now being asked to apply for those funds. And specifically within these applications, states are being asked, how will you implement Justice 40? What are the types of benefits that your program is going to provide? And how are you going to track those benefits to see if they actually reach disadvantaged communities? Now, I will say, while states are being asked to speak to this within their applications, whether or not they're going to require states to implement Justice 40 is still a gray area. We're good? Okay. Maybe I'll stay here. So while we are, lost my train of thought. Okay. So while while we are unclear on how much requirements they're going to, or how they're going to be required, well, let me take a step back, if they will be required to actually implement. Maybe I'll switch mics. Okay, all right, maybe that's a little better. Cool. Okay, so while, again, with the formula funding grants, because they are automatically allocated, and that means that they have been, there is a predetermined formula via statute or via rulemaking as to how that funding is going to automatically be given to the states. Chances are that statute that established that funding formula, or that formula funding, did not include Justice 40 as a prerequisite. So all that to say, it's a little iffy on whether or not states will be required to implement Justice 40 through the funding formula funding grants. However, that is not the case for competitive grants. Because competitive grants are competitive in nature, they are not automatically given, that gives the federal agencies a lot more flexibility in how they can actually implement the program. So they're literally being asked, they're literally requiring program applicants to say, this is how we are going to ensure that at least 40% of the funding is going to disadvantaged communities. So competitive grants are really the sweet spot for how we are going to ensure that Justice 40 is implemented at the local level, but that's not to say that there's not opportunities within formula grants. Because states are now being required to at least speak to these components within their application, it's now at least getting them thinking, how am I doing community engagement? How am I considering equity? How am I making sure that my most underserved and invested communities are actually benefiting from some of the formula funding that we're getting from the federal government? So, all right, and then I will say, this nuance between formula grants and competitive grants, it is really wonky, it's really nuanced. So one thing that I have found incredibly helpful in understanding how this might be actually implemented in practice is reviewing the Department of Energy's general guidance for Justice 40 implementation. To my knowledge, I haven't seen Department of Transportation maybe, but for the most part, the Department of Energy has done a really good job of creating a document that shows exactly how formula funding applicants can be incorporating Justice 40 within their applications and within their programs. And it also is very detailed of what they're going to require of their competitive grant applications for applicants in regards to Justice 40. So if you're curious about how that nuance waivers, highly recommend reviewing that document. I can't say that that is going to be the blueprint for every single agency, but I can say that it does provide a good example of how that nuance is being implemented, at least with the Department of Energy. Okay, so opportunities for intervention. And then I guess, any questions on that last bit? Yes, please. I'll defer to whoever raised their hand first.
You define a disadvantaged community by the census, it would seem that there's a self-fulfilling prophecy there where the census doesn't do census tracts in every city, especially the areas of color or of poor people. So you automatically get wiped off the map as being a disadvantaged city because the census did an inadequate job of what they were supposed to do.
Yes, no, that's very true. And that was a lot of concerns that were expressed by community members when they were first starting to beta test the climate and economic justice rating tool, is that community members did not feel that it actually reflected the lived experiences, which is why I think within the first iteration that they released, they tried to include more data to try to target those communities. But I will say that the Council on Environmental Quality, who created that tool, they are constantly receiving or inviting feedback on the tool, so much so that when you actually go into the tool, you can provide specific feedback on a specific census tract. And they're considering that feedback as they are making updates. So if you feel like the tool doesn't accurately represent your community, by all means, please provide that feedback, because it's only through our feedback and our engagement that the tool is going to get better. Yes.
Will the competitive grants be subject to state review?
No, so competitive grants are issued directly from the federal agency. So only the state really doesn't have, unless for some reason the funding is being funneled through the state agency and they themselves are implementing the competitive grant, it's happening at the federal levels. I like to believe that that's our stopgap to make sure some of these funds are actually implemented correctly.
So they don't have to go through the Council of Governments as it is done here in Texas.
So yes, so it is a competitive grant that is run by the federal government. The federal government is the one that runs that grant. They are the ones who are accepting the applications and reviewing the applications and distributing the funding. It does not have to go through a state entity. It's only the formula fund, or the formula funding, Sasha. Yes, my issue's funny. Formula funding is the only opportunity that would have to go through the state entity. This is good. Any other questions? Thank you. All right, let's keep it moving. All right, so where are our opportunities for intervention? And again, because the requirements will vary between the different competitive and formula funding grants, I'll take each of these separately. So starting with the formula funding grants, these will have to go through your state entities. So with this fund, as I mentioned earlier, now that states are actually being asked to apply for their formula funds and have their application accepted before they will be able to get the funding, this creates a new opportunity for community members and anchors and local folks like yourself to really intervene in that process and step in and engage. Included with, as this is the primary opportunity for intervention, I've included some potential action steps that folks can be taking. So I will start with the first one, should be identifying the relevant funding formula funding opportunity that will meet your needs in your community. So identify the funding is the first step, but also in that, because it is going to go through the state entity, you should also be identifying which state office and specifically which state official will be collecting and receiving that funding. So once you do that, I would also, in that vein, identify the formula funding, identify the state officials, but also make sure that it's, looking to see whether it's a Justice 40 program, because obviously if it's Justice 40, then that Justice 40 lens is going to apply at the federal level, and you want to make sure that that's the case. And then in terms of finding out whether it's a Justice 40 program, you can always look to see the investments, to see if they are making investments in the one or more of the 7 categories we mentioned earlier, or check the program guidance. Program guidance, I think, is always the fail-safe one, knowing anything about a program. It is a dense document, I will say that. But this is how I have found that keyword searches are my friend. So review the guidance. And I say that because not only is the guidance going to give you information and more context about the program, but it's also going to highlight specific timelines that the state must comply with in order to get their funding. And then also it tells you what is required of the state officials in order to get the funding, or at least what they have to attest to in their application before it's accepted and they get the funding. So review those guidance. And then after you review the program guidance, I'm going to say this, and I'm sure that every state official is going to look at me, but as someone who's worked in state government and know you have to go directly to the people to get your questions answered, I'm going to say you have to engage your state officials. Call them, set up meetings, or at least get some email conversations going. Because that's how you're going to get to know, are they applying for the funding? How are they applying for funding? And then also, because you've reviewed the guidance, you know what they're required to put in the funding, you can really ask pointed questions as to what is going to, how they are going to be responding, and make sure that you're pinning them down on their specific requirements. So, would also just very much encourage, I know that not every state has a friendly government, I'm in one, And I work with a lot of community organizations who are also in that same boat. But I would encourage you to try, because a lot of state officials, they are career officials, they're the ones that keep things going, and they have a lot of institutional knowledge and information on how things work. So it doesn't hurt to try to engage them. And then also, just I'll skip down really quickly to engaging our federal officials. And I will say, if you find that your state officials are not responsive, do not hesitate to engage your federal partners. We have done that at almost cities. We had an organization we were helping in Indiana that was not getting the responses and feedback and engagement that was required specifically out of the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Program. And so we intervened. We helped facilitate a meeting between them and the federal partners. And while that application was not denied, I will say, because we intervened, because we engaged our federal partners, they did listen to us, and they worked with the state to improve their plan to make sure it was addressing more of our concerns and more of our needs. Not all of them, but I feel like any win is a win. So all I have to say is it's really important to engage in officials as well. But I will jump back. So in addition to identifying the program, reviewing the program guidance, meeting with your state officials, I would also encourage folks to show up at any sort of public engagement opportunity that they can, and provide any sort of public comments that are open or that is open for folks to comment on. And I will say that I understand that is heavy lift. Again, guidance is dense, state plans are dense, all of it is dense material. But I think that's an opportunity for anchors like institutions of higher ed or other intermediaries like ourselves to really step up and step in for community. I found that is a lot of the technical assistance that communities are asking for is for help with this specific issue of showing up at community engagement opportunities and asking the hard questions. How are you considering equity? What is Justice 40 mean to you? How is it going to be discussed within this application? How are you making sure that the community is actually involved in the process? So it's important for us to work collaboratively to help build community capacity in that way, especially for public comments, because those documents are dense. But as someone who's written many public comments, it's really impactful and it's really important and it really helps communities. So those are just, again, some action steps that we can be taking to insert ourselves in the formal planning process. And does anybody have any questions about that? I'm not gonna lie, this whole speaker thing kind of threw me off. So if there are questions, comments, or concerns, or I'm not making any sense, please just tell me. All right, so our biggest opportunity for intervention with Justice 40 is through our competitive grant opportunities. So similar to with formula funding, I think application process is going to be the biggest intervention. And really, again, I want to highlight here with competitive grant opportunities, they are cumbersome, but if we work collaboratively, I think we can show up in a big way for community members. And then also with the competitive grant funding, states aren't the only applicants. There's probably some folks in the room that are eligible applicants, local government folks, other local government agencies, community-based organizations, institutions of higher ed. All of these folks are directly eligible to apply for state funding, federal funding, which means that this presents an incredible opportunity for it to do some really deep community collaboration. And not just community in sense of community members. Yes, community members, defer to them. They are your experts within their communities, but also for all of us to engage, especially as the congressman said, community engagement is essential. So when you are working to identify different programs that are going to meet your needs, highly encourage you from the beginning. Start educating, engaging your community members. You should be setting up engagement, education, and listening sessions to make sure that you're not just telling community members about these opportunities and how you intend for your project to be implemented, but also for you to get feedback. Ask them, how would you like to be engaged on this in this project? How can we make sure that we are setting up these engagement sessions at times and spaces and places that are most convenient for you? Specifically, what resources do you need to show up in these spaces?
again, I feel like we are constantly looking to consultants and experts, which is important, but not often are we valuing the lived expertise of our community members. So really making sure that we're pulling them into the process and engaging them and accommodating them along the way. And this is also a great opportunity to then start to talk through them about, how this is how we're going to listen to your feedback, and this is how we're going to incorporate this feedback into our application. And then also, this is how we're going to hold ourselves accountable to the community members. And to really make sure that any application you're putting forward, the project actually benefits community members, meaning community members have a say in what benefits you're providing that would be the most impactful to them. So, I will jump off my community engagement pedestal, but I do say that to say that this is an incredible opportunity for deep community engagement and to really get them involved in this process if we all just work together and build good relationships and collaborate. And again, this is, I think someone said it earlier, Justice 40 is a moment. It is a big moment, no doubt. But it is a moment. And so this is an opportunity for us to really be creating a strong, solid infrastructure of community engagement. So that way, when this money passes, we still have that infrastructure in place to engage communities moving forward, and that they are always included in the process of how we are looking at funding and applying for funding and distributing funding. So that is the application process. That's where folks can really show up and show out for community members. But I will also just highlight that community benefit plans are a thing that are going to be, that we have started seeing specifically within the Department of Energy grant opportunities. They're actually, they're asking applicants to include within their application community benefit plans. And while I will say that they are not as community forward as we would appreciate at Emerald Cities, they can be made without community, but I would highly, highly, highly encourage making this with community to make sure that they are actually speaking to the needs of community members, and we're ensuring that we are holding ourselves accountable to them and ensuring that we're delivering on their benefits. So again, similar action steps that we saw before, the formula funding, identify relevant funding opportunities, review the program guidance, conducting meaningful community engagement that really values the lived experiences of community members as experts in their communities. And then again, just building coalitions around your funding applications, not just because it's something that you have to do to check off a box, but because it is going to give you the competitive edge. It is going to make your application more robust. Having letters of community support is going to be instrumental in getting those funds. And after you've done all of the work of going through the grant application and writing the pages, the last thing you want to do is for not to get across the finish line. So engage communities, they will help you get that competitive edge. All right, opportunities for questions, comments, concerns. Yes. Yeah, so I guess the tip would be that when they are looking at grant applications, everything's going to get a point system, right? And so the more robust and the more thorough and the more supported the community benefit plan is by the communities, I think that, again, is going to increase the likelihood that the application is going to be successful. So I think it behooves anybody, if they're not just check the box, to actually engage community, because it is going to benefit them, which will in turn benefit community. Yes?
You touched a lot about community engagement. Can you touch a little bit on how important it is for partnerships within the community, not only through the application process, but extending beyond it into project implementation and sustainability, and how interagency partnerships can play a role in strengthening an application?
Yeah, and then just a quick clarification back on your question. Are you talking about agencies within maybe like a local government agency who's also applying, or like organizations partnering with other organizations and collaborating on an application?
Yeah, I would say, for example, the local government as the lead applicant, maybe data collection is super important throughout the process to measure your performance measures, and partnering, how important it is to partner with maybe the university to implement a program that's part of the project to track that data, or through an environmental agency to track agencies, but to have that as part of your project from implementation.
Yes, no, I think that's incredibly important. I think partnership is heavily favored on these applications because I think they want to know that everybody is working together and nobody's just working in a silo because silos don't work. So the more that you are collaborating with not just community members, but for other local community-based organizations, they might be handling your communication because they know communities best. Your university might be handling all the grant writing because they're incredible writers. It is incredibly important. I think that just goes to the more partners and coalitions that you have involved in the project. I think it's going to build out a more robust program, especially in terms of its impact. And making sure that when you've got multiple people in the room, there's multiple checks and balances to make sure that everybody's being held accountable to their aspect of the project, and to make sure that people are also really held accountable by the people. So yes, no, that's incredibly important. Thank you for asking that question. Yes.
Do you know if there's going to be like a database or, some sort of tracker? Because we know of some agencies or, who kind of can pursue grants and say we are engaging with the community, but create like their own sham organizations and say like, look, we consulted with community, but not actually the community. So is there like a way for us to like keep track of like, hey, like we don't know anything about this project and it's impacting us, but we've never been consulted on anything.
Yeah, that's hard, but I would again say go back to the federal agencies who are implementing the ultimate grant application or the grant opportunity. Engage them. I hate to be like a tattletale, but I'll be honest, if it gets results, it gets results. So yes, I would go back to the federal agency and inquire. I mean, the worst case scenario is they say, oh, we can't really, But at the end of the day, if you're voicing your concerns because they're not being authentic, I think that's something that the federal government needs to know, because if they're engaging in a partner agreement with this organization and they're not being truthful and they're not actually engaging community, that could impact whether or not they continue to get the funding. So I think it is important to go up to the federal government and say, you are supposed to hold them accountable, so here's the information, and be open, honest, and transparent with them. It might not always work, but it's worth a shot. And like I said, with our engagement with Indiana, it worked for them. So, yeah. Oh, all right. So as promised, I want to leave with you guys with some Justice 40 resources to take you a little deeper than what we went through today. So I've listed here a lot of the primary sources that I routinely go back to whenever I have any Justice 40 questions. So that first one being the executive order. Again, that is what established the Justice 40 initiative. And then looking at the interim implementation guidance for the Justice 40 initiative, that again is going to give that roadmap of how federal agencies are implementing Justice 40 and how they are identifying which of their programs are covered. Then we look at the addendum to the interim implementation guidance, which again was the guidance that basically said that the climate and economic justice screening tool needs to be the primary tool that folks are using to identify disadvantaged communities. And I will say, because I've been using interim a lot, and that's because within the interim implementation guidance, they did say that, or they at least alluded to the fact that we could get some final guidance on how each agency will be implementing Justice 40, but we did yet to see that final guidance. And then we have the list of Justice 40 covered programs. Again, you can always refer back to that list of 7 investment categories to determine whether or not the program is a Justice 40 program. But the White House has posted a list of all of the programs that have been identified thus far as Justice 40 covered programs. And then finally, that Department of Energy guidance on Justice 40 implementation. Again, that nuance between formula funding and competitive funding. They do a really good job, a very thorough job of explaining how it applies to each pot of funding and how each applicant can be implementing Justice 40 within that guidance. All right, so as I mentioned when we discussed C just briefly, a lot of agencies created tools to identify disadvantaged communities. And so just wanted to highlight some of those that I have found useful. At the top is the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, but then you also have EJ Screen, which is created by the Environmental Protection Agency. The Department of Transportation has a couple. This Transportation Disadvantaged Census Tracts specifically talks about which tracts are disadvantaged. However, the Equitable Transportation Community Explorer tool really does a deeper dive of expanding on those data indicators that are transportation related. So it doesn't necessarily say what commute is or is not disadvantaged, but it just goes deeper into the data for each of the areas. I think it's helpful for communities to better understand the data behind the lived experiences. And then you have the Energy Justice Mapping Tool, which is with the Department of Energy. And then the last one, the Environmental Justice Index. This is a newer tool. I think it was released maybe last year. It's actually a collaboration between the Department of Health and Human Services and the CDC. And to my knowledge, it is the first federal tool that really tries to understand the cumulative impact of not just environmental burden, but socioeconomic factors and health factors. So while it is not a disadvantaged community tool per se, I do think that it helps build a bigger picture of what communities are facing, because with CJIS, again, one of those negatives that I find is that it just looks at data indicators in a silo and it doesn't really multiply the cumulative impact that each of those data factors are having. So it is interesting to see a tool that finally starts to do that work of understanding what is the cumulative burden a community is facing based on a number of indicators. And then here's just some additional resources. The first one I'll plug is our People's Justice 40 Plus Community Benefit Playbook. This playbook is written for community members. It is really an organizing tool to help community organize around Justice 40 and specifically getting funds into their communities. We try to demystify the Justice 40 initiative and different federal funding pathways for communities, and then also try to identify, if energy burden is your community's concern, here are some federal programs that could help to alleviate that energy burden. And then also highlights who they should be working in collaboration with to get that funding. So if they themselves are not eligible applicants, who are the eligible applicants and who else within the community would be beneficial, whether that's CPOs, municipal planning units, or just all the different folks that would be engaged in that process. So really tying community concerns to federal funding and to community collaborators. So that is the People's Justice 40 Plus Community Benefit Playbook. We also have up here the White House Environmental Justice page. That is going to be your landing page for all things environmental justice within the administration. They post up all the new information they have, so I have that bookmarked. But then here's also a couple of agencies who have taken the initiative to create specific Justice 40 pages within their websites, so that way people have a very clear understanding of how they are implementing Justice 40. I've not seen all 21 agencies do it, but have seen at least it from Department of Energy, Transportation, and Environmental Protection Agency. In that last resource is a Inflation Reduction Act guide that's targeted to local government officials to help you guys understand what is in the Inflation Reduction Act, how does it apply to us, how do we get that funding, and what we can be doing to create that competitive edge of making sure that we're getting the funding when we're applying for it. All right. Any last comments, questions, or concerns? Well, thank you for listening. I know that was a lot. I appreciate you all. Here's my contact information. Again, I linked a lot of information directly in the slides, and I'm sure Alex will make sure that y'all get that information. So thank you so much for having me. It's been a joy. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
I ended it 15 minutes early, so happy to give you that time back in your day.
So like Artie said, we do have an additional 15 minutes. Feel free to utilize that as a break. We're gonna go on to our breakout sessions. So if you look at your event programs, you'll see the topics that there are to choose from. But I'll go ahead and give them to you right now. So it's clean energy, industry, and workforce development. That will be in this room. And then we have clean energy, climate resiliency, and energy, energy security, sorry about that. Energy security, which will be down the hall, one of the last auditoriums down this hall. And upstairs, we have 2 sessions, so that's going to be clean transportation. They'll be talking about port electrification and the clean school bus program for our ISDs in the room. And lastly, we have innovative approaches to water and wastewater, which will also be upstairs. So you can choose whatever session you'd like. We're gonna have 2 sessions. So you can go to one, it'll then finish, and then you can go to the next. And just wanna recognize in the room City Manager Joseph Neb, who just walked in, and Assistant City Manager Steve Lundy. Thank you for being here. So yeah, we can go ahead and now take our break. There should be a new set of snacks and stuff outside, so feel free to pick up whatever you'd like. Choose your sessions and let me know if you have any.
Yes. Hello, everyone. How are you doing today?
Great.
Excellent. Well, thank you for choosing to come to the Clean Energy Industry and Workforce Development Panel. We're excited to have you here today. I want to introduce your 2 speakers, presenters. I'm very excited to hear their presentations, and I hope you are too. We're going to start with Michaela Benrath, Policy Principal with the Texas Advanced Energy Business Alliance, where she advocates for legislative and regulatory policies that expand opportunities for advanced energy businesses in Texas. Prior to joining TEBA, is it TEBA?
It is.
Oh, excellent. TEBA. McCullough managed state environmental projects at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and Federal Hazard Mitigation Projects at GrantWorks. She studied civil and environmental engineering at Stanford University and environmental science at the University of Texas at Arlington. And then I would like to introduce Stephen Brown. Steve is currently the president of Capital Assets Energy LLC, a successful clean energy development consulting firm that specializes in financial retrofits of commercial, nonprofit, and multifamily properties with energy efficient and renewable energy improvements. To date, Capital Assets has secured close to $5 million in capital for energy efficient renewable energy retrofits throughout Texas through the CPACE program. Capital Assets has also helped to develop the 50 megawatts of utility-scale solar, assist local governments on their green energy procurement strategies, and organizes the community around environmental justice. Steve is also the founding and board chairman of the Clean Energy Fund of Texas, which is focused on making the emerging green economy affordable and just for all Texans. So let's give a hand for both of our presenters today. Hello, thank you.
Thank you for that. Hi, everybody. Like Mark said, my name is Michaela, and I am a policy principal at TEBA. Really excited to be here today. Going to talk to you about advanced energy in Texas, present state, and future opportunities. So just some high-level content. We're going to cover a lot of ground in not a lot of time. So we're going to touch on who TEBA is, what we define as advanced energy, what the value of advanced energy is, and then we're going to highlight what we've been talking about today, so federal investments, what the impact of those investments are going to be, and also what we've seen announced. And then we're going to talk about some barriers to benefits realization, so something that can get in the way of us reaping the rewards of this growing industry. So TEBA is a trade organization. We represent local and national businesses that operate in Texas that provide clean, secure, reliable, and affordable energy. Our goal is to raise awareness among policymakers and the general public about the benefits of advanced energy for things like cost affordability and electricity, but also reliability and resilience, and then of course, economic growth in the state of Texas. So what is advanced energy? That might not be a term that we're all familiar with, and we define it as a lot of different technologies. So a hallmark of TEBA is that we allow all technologies, as long as they're clean and secure and reliable, to be a part of our trade organization. So we echo that in our definition of advanced energy. So it includes things as energy efficiency and demand response, energy storage, your typical renewables like solar, wind, and hydro. We also capture nuclear under there, electric vehicles, and something called distributed energy resources. So DERs are smaller scale energy systems that are connected to the grid at the distribution level, which is usually closer to your community, closer to where you're actually going to be using electricity, versus something at the transmission level, which is typically utility scale. They're very flexible resources. Okay, so what's the value of this? What is it worth? Why do we care? Well, based on an analysis by Advanced Energy United, we estimate that $2.1 trillion is what it's worth globally. And the domestic market is about $375 billion. So that's not chump change. That is something to definitely, oh no. Okay, let's pivot. Okay. Naturally, there would be technical difficulties. So while we wait, I mean, I can just talk to y'all about it. I'm sure we can have a conversation without some visuals. So we do anticipate the domestic market to be about $375 billion, which is what I feel is significant. But not only delivering economic value in that way, advanced energy, oh, no. Something's coming. That's okay. Advanced energy is also anticipated to deliver jobs and the value associated with that. So clean energy delivers high quality, well-paying jobs and supports, oh, I keep seeing it flickering. You might want to put it in presentation or slideshow.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure
Anywho, so it also delivers jobs, and some statistics around that for you is that clean energy job growth is outpacing average job growth in the nation. That's based on the Department of Energy jobs report. And then 87% of new electric power generation jobs were in clean energy. So that should just tell you the kind of opportunity afforded to workers in the clean energy economy. And then the last thing I want to highlight is the third way that advanced energy actually delivers value, and that's cost savings. So in a report that we produced called Future-Proofing the Texas Grid with DERs, we found that by integrating DERs into our system, we're able to avoid additional transmission and distribution infrastructure investment. And that savings is about $5.5 billion over a decade. So I don't know about y'all, but I have lots of ideas of what I could use that amount of money for. So that's simply a multifaceted way of how advanced energy actually delivers value, and the data shows that it is a boon to communities that draw investment. So speaking of investments, there are federal investments that I do want to just briefly touch on. We've had a more in-depth discussion of those previously. So the IRA and the IJA, billions of dollars of investment in advanced energy. They use a variety of funding mechanisms, such as tax credits, which the business community very much appreciates, also loan guarantees and grants. And something that I want to highlight here is that it's leveraging public investment to generate private investment. And the Boston Consulting Group estimates that we're going to see $800 billion of private investment by 2030, just as a result of this public investment. So we are just stacking value and stacking billions and billions of dollars as a result of this legislation. So as you all know, this is a Justice 40 conference, and it wouldn't serve for me to not address that. So the IRA, and something that's really beneficial, is that it's incentivizing businesses to invest in Justice 40 communities. And this is very much welcomed by our members, and I'm sure in other trades as well. So how does it actually do that? One of the things I want to highlight is called the investment tax credit. And we might want to start with, what is a tax credit? Well, it is a dollar-for-dollar reduction in the tax, like income taxes that a company or a person has to pay at the end of the year. I hope most of us get refunds, but businesses typically have to pay income taxes at the end of the year. So with the ITC, it's saying that, let's say I have a project, $10,000 is what I qualify for a tax credit. then that's how much, 30% is how much you'll reduce my tax obligation at the end of the year. Essentially, it just makes the economics that much better, especially for something like advanced energy, which are large capital projects and very expensive to get going. So the investment tax credit is one of the ways companies can benefit from this. And to incentivize businesses to invest in justice-oriented communities, there's an adder there. So you're eligible to get a 10% increase in that tax credit for solar and wind facilities that are placed in service in low-income communities. There are also other adders that you qualify for if you meet certain requirements, like domestic content, prevailing wages, and apprenticeships. So domestic content is getting at something like local supply chains, which is very important. It's an important component of electrifying our system, because if we rely on global supply chains, those are much longer, those are more complicated, and it can really delay commercialization of projects. So by facilitating local supply chains, we're able to expedite this. Prevailing wages, make sure that pay is equitable and definitely workable for laborers. And then apprenticeships gets at something that is the other name of this breakout session, which is workforce development. We need to make sure that we are ushering in the next generation of workers, and the apprenticeship requirement is one of the ways that the IRA is incenting that. So, what has all of that amounted to? I'm going to touch on private investment, lower energy costs, and job creation. So a resource from Jack Konis, this shows the investment dollars by state. As you can see, Georgia's leading the pack with about $13 billion announced just as a result of the IRA. Texas has about $1.1 billion, and I do want to let y'all know that I did crop this so that y'all could see it. Texas is not actually dead last. We are beating Florida, so that's something for us to pat ourselves on the back with. And so that just gives you an idea of the magnitude of investment we're talking about. So if we dive a little further into that, what technologies are drawing this investment? Well, as you can see, it's mostly batteries for concerns like grid firming, which, if you're not familiar, that's basically taking intermittent and variable resources like wind and solar, putting them into batteries so that they're much more reliable and dispatchable. And that's something that Texas really emphasizes. We want to be able to readily control our energy resources, and batteries are one way that we can do that with wind and solar. You can also see that there is electric vehicles, solar, and then a sliver of wind. And even though this is a national perspective, this is absolutely echoed in the state of Texas. We have about 400 standalone battery storage projects that are seeking interconnection in the ERCOT power region. That's about 65 megawatts, so that's a good amount. Tesla, which is an electric vehicle company, has announced that they are investing in Texas, and they're building a factory up near Austin. And then we're leading the nation in solar generation. So even though this is a national perspective, Texas absolutely is falling into this pattern. So what is this going to do to energy costs? And I already kind of spoiler alert, put it on the screen. We do anticipate it to lower energy costs across many different technologies. So this is a report done by the ICF, and it looks at the levelized cost of energy, or the LCOE. And essentially, that's just a metric for us to say, how much does this energy cost over the lifetime of the resource? Typically, oil and gas have been our go-tos, but wind and solar are becoming a lot more economical and a lot more affordable. And the IRA just makes that even more apparent. So the key takeaway here is that for just about all these technologies, we are looking at double-digit percentage declines in the cost of energy. So that means your costs aren't going to go down by 1 or 2%. We're talking 10% or more. And that is just a win for Texas consumers, really any consumers nationally. And it just really makes energy justice and equity and affordability that much more tangible. So the last thing I want to highlight is jobs. So as you can see, Georgia has a lot of jobs, and that's not a surprise just based on the sheer magnitude of investment. Texas, just based on what's been announced, is looking at about 2,300 jobs, but that's a mere fraction of what we anticipate in the future. So we could see as many as 100,000 jobs, and we could get as much of an increase in our GDP as $16 billion as a result of the IRA, if, of course, we draw down those benefits and make sure that our policy frameworks allow it. Okay, so I've talked a lot about the opportunity and the value of this industry, but what's in the way? What can stop us from realizing all of these benefits? And the first one I want to highlight is permitting. So that's something that can kill projects before they even get going. And the action item here is to review and reform permitting policies in your municipality or county to ensure timely permitting of clean energy projects. The second barrier I want to talk about is transmission. So for our larger scale systems, the ones that actually need transmission lines to move their electrons to market, if we don't have enough transmission, your products get curtailed. That's waste. You're basically just throwing electricity out the window. And that's not great for business. It's also not great for average Texans who need that electricity. So transmission limitations are going to be something that we really must address as we electrify more sectors of our economy. So there are two ways that we can get around that. One, invest more in transmission and distribution infrastructure, which is very expensive. Or we can stimulate the development of distributed energy resources. So if you remember, those are smaller scale systems that are closer to communities. So you don't actually need transmission lines. You can just use the local distribution system to deliver those values from DERs to the community. And those are typically more cost effective. So I do want to highlight a report that we did called ERCOT 2040, a roadmap for modernizing Texas's electricity infrastructure. And we found that about 1,300 miles of transmission is needed to meet the needs of Texas as it grows. So I'm sure y'all seen the headlines about how we are constantly breaking records for demand in Texas. And that trend is just going to continue as our population grows and it gets hotter and hotter. So in order to continue to meet needs, we do need some transmission or we need DERs. So the most strategic placement for these lines is highlighted in red. And as you can see, the Laredo region does actually have a red line. All right, third is supply chain constraints. So this is something that IRA is seeking to address by supporting and developing local supply chains. And you can echo this in your communities as well if you're in a position to do so. And then the last barrier I want to talk about is workforce development. So this is all for nothing if we don't have the hands to make it happen. It's an all hands on deck situation, and we need to make sure that our workforce is able to get it done. So establish programs to train workers for a clean energy economy, increase funding for STEM programs, and create direct pathways from education to advanced energy to make sure we realize all the benefits of this industry. Thank you. If you have any questions, my contact information is on this slide. And then
good questions now.
I also wanted to leave y'all with some resources. And are we taking questions?
We can take some questions if you want to split it up.
Okay.
And we can take questions at the end as well.
Okay. Any burning questions before I pass it? Yes.
What is the status of public charging stations for electric vehicles? Almost every guy that I know that has an electric vehicle is parking it because they come see you and they talk to you for an hour and they've got a charger station. And the only charging station where I'm at is in the Taco Palenque, and it's only one at a time.
Yeah.
So they've got to sit there and wait in line to charge their car. I don't know how long it takes, but they said, I'm out of this. They park the car, buy something else.
Yeah. So,
Supposedly Tesla is looking to create a charging station, but the charging stations between Laredo and San Antonio are non-existent except for that one.
yeah. So great question. Non-existent. Oh,
Your battery.
that's fine. I can project.
Okay.
So, and let me know if y'all can't hear me. But they're non-existent yet. So something that I believe Arnie, which was a previous speaker, she mentioned the NEVI program, which is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Project. And that's something that is required by the IRA. And Texas is required to do that. And what it is the strategic build out of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, public infrastructure, so not just Tesla, throughout the entire state. And TxDOT is actually managing that. So I would encourage you to take a look on their website. TxDOT, yes, that's something we've been engaged on. So TEBA, we have connected with a lot of different state agencies to encourage them to participate in all the programs created by IRA. and make sure that we're seeing those benefits. And TxDOT is actually managing the NEVI program. They have a guidance document. Oh, thank you. They have a guidance document on their website that actually has a map and shows you in a 3-year period where all of these charging stations are going to be built. So I would encourage you to take a look.
What did you call that program?
NEVI, N-E-V-I.
Well, hopefully one of the commissioners from Texas, not from Houston, because they're all against all of this.
Yeah, that program is actually mandatory. So even though they're against it, the legislation is very clear that Texas does have to go after it.
Virginia.
I was just gonna say, TxDOT opened a comment period for a period of time. It might be closed now, but you could actually put on a map where you wanted to have a charging station. Believe me, I was putting maps all along the corridor and out to the valley too. And so hopefully they do end up connecting us to other parts of the state.
I don't have a lot of faith in TxDOT.
Rightfully so. Anything on here?
Should be queued up.
Any other questions for Michaela before I start? Seeing none, I'm actually going to stand up to not sit down anymore. Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Brown. As Mark mentioned, I wear several different hats, including, and I never know from one day to the next which hat I'm wearing until they tell me what I'm doing. But today I'm going to be talking about the Clean Energy Fund of Texas. We are the state's only nonprofit green bank right now. And so we're going to talk about the green bank ecosystem that's being created and how that fits into Justice 40, how that fits into workforce development needs, how that fits into programmatic opportunities at the local level to participate and share in the benefits from this. And we're going to draw down specifically in terms of a key component of the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and how that fund can be deployed at the local level throughout the state of Texas. And I'd be remiss if I did not recognize one of my board members, Virginia Palacios, is in the audience, who knows a little bit about everything, including EV charging stations as well. So we can thank her for the placement of charging stations in Laredo one day. So to kind of give you a sense of where we're going to go with this presentation, we're going to first talk about who we are and kind of what our theory of change is. Then we're going to drill down on energy burdens in Texas and speak a bit about that so we can understand better kind of where the ground zero is in this state for where funds need to be deployed. And spoiler alert, as Michaela put it, we are pretty close to that ground zero right now. So, and then I'll talk about the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, and then we'll answer any questions that you may have. Okay. So first, who are we? We have a very specific mandate in our creation. We are created to mitigate the climate crisis, to eliminate energy poverty, create green jobs, and catalyze economic development. So not too heavy of a lift. I think we can get that done in the first 6 months, right, Virginia?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. But more importantly, though, we are actually created with the DNA of Justice 40 in mind. Our bylaws actually take the Justice 40 concept and extend it to Justice 50. So 50% of all that we do has to benefit disadvantaged communities throughout Texas. So we said, we'll see your 40 and we'll raise you 10 and commit to a more stronger engagement here in Texas. And I think that is a first of any green bank that's been created so far nationally. So we're very proud of that. In fact, we're also thinking about bumping that up a little bit higher and focusing more of our attention on delivering products and capital into communities that need it the most. And I'll just say this one sentence because I think it's important that it be said. We accelerate the flow of green capital into underserved markets to provide all Texans a healthier, prosperous, and just future. So what is the challenge that we are faced with? The challenge that we're faced with today is understanding that there are 4 million Texans who live with a level of energy burden in this state. And energy burden is defined by how much of your annual income you spend on paying your power bills, your electric bills, your light bills. In some cases, people refer to them as such. The way that HUD defines energy burdens is that any household that's spending more than 6% of their annual income on electricity is faced with the energy burden. Why is that? Because the average household only pays 3% of their annual income on electricity. And so if you're paying 6%, you're paying twice as much than the average household, which means that there are some efficiencies in that household, whether it is energy efficiencies that can be corrected through different types of retrofits, or if it's solar or battery or you name it, water conservation, there is a way to get that 6% down to 3%. And that's our job, is how do we deploy capital to those families in a way that they can get there, in some cases, not even 6%, in some cases like 15, 20% in Texas. How do we get that number down to the average of 3%? And allow for them to use more of their money on things like transportation, things like healthcare, things like groceries or clothing. Because right now, today, they are making those trade-offs every single day. They have to decide whether or not I can turn on my AC as it's 100 degrees outside. Can I afford to turn on my AC? And if I do turn it on, what does that mean in terms of what I can't afford this month? Because I can't do both. And that is another level of trauma that many poor people have to deal with. And being poor in and of itself is traumatic, right? And so now adding this additional layer of worrying about the weather and worrying about whether or not you can afford to be comfortable in your home or apartment should be something that we can mitigate and we must mitigate. And so that's really the driving force behind the work that we do, is how do we shave that burden down to the extent that we can make capital affordable and accessible to more families, particularly families that may be unbanked or underbanked for whatever reason, or may be seen as a credit risk to traditional lenders and can't get loans to purchase a new HVAC or a heat pump or insulation for their homes, or the things that they need to get done to make their homes more efficient. Okay, and so if you look here, I don't know how to use the pointer, if there is a pointer on this thing, but you can see pretty clearly where the state of Texas is, and this is a heat map of the counties that have the most proportion of energy burdens throughout the country. And there's a lot of red in there in the South in particular. Right, so that's an issue in and of itself. But if we were to focus on Texas, you would see that there's a lot of red along the border, right, in South Texas. Obviously, there's red or heavy orange in places like Houston and Dallas and Austin, some of the metropolitan areas, and they get attention. Those areas get attention. Folks know that there are different forms of poverty in those areas, but not to the same extent that they get a disproportionate amount of attention than the communities along the border. And so as Virginia and I kind of put together a strategic plan for how we will deploy any resources that we receive from EPA, that stretch is intensely important for us to figure out how we get resources and how we create products for the communities that live along those areas in such a way that we can begin to make an impact in South Texas. And so kind of give you an illustration of what that means. And I'm going to get to the workforce piece of it very soon, so just bear with me. So what does that mean? That means that before an upgrade, someone is paying X amount for energy bills, right? What we want to be able to do is we want to be able to work with contractors and community partners to identify opportunities where someone can go in with a insulation, window tint, HVAC replacement, LED light replacement type of project. And the orange there kind of represents the cost of that project, what the payback, what they will be paying us back on the monthly basis. The blue, after the upgrades, signifies what the energy bills will be after those things are done. And then you have this white portion, right, which is kind of where the magic happens. That is, that's the freedom that we're trying to achieve, right? And the bigger the white, the better, right? And so in some cases, you're going to find that a project will crush the energy bills down to zero in some cases, right? And so all they're doing is paying back whatever the financing agreement is. And they have a bigger magic space. But that white is what we strive to accomplish. That is the freedom so far, so that the trade-offs that we mentioned before can be addressed with that through that family, or maybe they want to save that money, right? Maybe they want to start creating wealth for themselves, right? Maybe they want to invest that into different types of assets and opportunities. That is a generational change now, going from having a disproportionate amount of energy poverty for one family to having some freedom such that they have resources now to do other things with. And those other things could be creating wealth for the family itself. And so we want to try to flip these things on its head. And you can see the underlying portion that in some cases, the projects that can be done in finance could contribute to between a 13 to 31% decrease in electricity consumption. So these projects can really have a true impact, not only on the pocketbooks of families, but also health as well. Putting in appliances, putting in other types of improvements for a home or apartment can also have the benefit of improving the quality of health for families who live in these places. And so, we have a lot to. We have a big goal that we are trying to tackle, but we think that it's something that not only can be done, but must be done moving forward. And fortunately for us, the IRA gives us an opportunity to do this work. And so let's drill down on it. Michaela kind of mentioned in broad terms some of the aspects of the IRA and the infrastructure bill as well. Within the IRA was this hidden gem. I call it a hidden gem, because it didn't get much discussion over the course of the weeks or so where the IRA was being debated. And I'm happy that it didn't get a lot of discussion, because that means we weren't a target. They kind of, some folks kind of raised up towards the end and realized, wait, $27 billion for what? But luckily, it didn't get targeted. Now, it is being targeted now. People are starting to wise up and figure out, this could be a game changer in terms of not only the things that we want to do for climate, but the things we want to do for environmental justice as well. And that $27 billion is part of what's called the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is aimed at reducing emissions for greenhouse gases and other pollutants, delivering benefits of the greenhouse gas and air pollution reducing projects in LMI communities, low to moderate income communities, and then mobilizing financing and private capital to stimulate additional deployment of greenhouse gas and air pollution reducing projects. Those are a lot of words. Essentially, what that means is that $27 billion is going to be deployed throughout the country to allow families and communities to have access to resources, to be able to do the things like reducing greenhouse gas emissions as well as air pollution, so that these communities can participate in the clean energy evolution in real time, at the same time that affluent families can do it, at the same time as big businesses can do it. What this allows is for small businesses and poor families to be able to be in the game as well. And let's talk a little bit more about that. So, Michaela mentioned BCG. I'm going to mention McKinsey. So all the big consulting firms can get some credit for the work that they're doing. So according to McKinsey, that $20 billion, I don't know if you all can see that. That's pretty small font. But of the $27 billion that is in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, $7 billion will be dedicated to a Solar for All grant program, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the future. But the remaining $20 billion is going to be going towards two other programs, and we'll talk about those programs. But McKinsey's focused on not that grant program aspect of it, but the other $20 billion. And so they suggest that the $20 billion in that initial fund could ultimately generate over $250 billion in total investment. Right? Those are some big numbers. Big numbers. That would create potentially over 400,000 direct jobs in low to moderate and disadvantaged communities, and then more than 1.1 million direct jobs in total. So 400,000 new jobs in LMI communities, over 1 million jobs in total. Households and businesses in disadvantaged communities could benefit from $30 billion in direct energy savings, cost savings. And so if you go back to the graph that I mentioned before, where you can see kind of where that reduction in energy costs and the repayment equals a cash flow positive project, they're estimating that reduction in energy costs will total to about $30 billion over the next 10 years. And then lastly, we don't talk enough about the public health benefits of this stuff, but I do want to note that they predict that there will be a decrease in hospital admissions from respiratory and cardiovascular conditions by about 15,000 people. And then the incidences of asthma also could fall by another 400,000. So tremendous public health benefits to it all. And so before I go to there, let me just make a point that I failed to mention before as it relates to the Justice 40 component of the $27 billion. So obviously, we know that from our last presentation that Justice 40 is built into IRA, right? And so if you think of the $27 billion, how much of that would go to disadvantaged communities? Well, let's do the math. So with $20 billion, if 40% of that is expected to go to underserved communities, that's going to be around $8 billion or so. That's going to go right to underserved, disadvantaged communities. Now, that other $7 billion that I mentioned before, the Solar for All program, which is a program that will help to deploy solar and storage assets throughout the country, that program is actually designed to be 100% to go to disadvantaged communities. Okay, so let's add the 7 to the 8, because I think typically when we thought about the program, we only thought about that $8 billion piece of it, of the 20. But if you add that 7 to it, you can begin to see pretty quickly that this ain't no Justice 40. This is like a Justice 50, 60 program right here, right? And that has not been said enough. But now that it's passed, now that application process has begun, now the EP is about to roll out the money and it will be committed and no one can touch it after that, we can now brag and say, this is better than Justice 40. This is like a Justice 60 program almost. And the more that you can say that what you're doing is going to benefit these communities, the more attractive your application is going to be to EPA. So this is really something to be proud of, not only as a policy achievement and goal, but now as a state, as we look at how we might be able to draw down this money, how it can be used, where it can go, there's some opportunities here to do some good work, including charging stations. I don't know if, Virginia, if we talk about that much, but this money can also be used to install more charging stations in disadvantaged communities. So let's talk about the different components real quick of it. I mentioned the Solar for All program, so I'm not going to talk much more about that. But I do want to drill down on these two aspects of it. Is separated, the framework of the program is separated into 3 different buckets: Solar for All, then the National Clean Investment Fund, which makes up $14 billion. It's going to go to 2 to 3 national awardees. And this money will create 2 to 3 national green banks or green funds that will partner with local lenders and help to get money out the door for distributed energy generation and storage, which is solar and battery, net zero emissions for buildings, and then zero emissions for transportation. That zero emissions transportation priority is where the charging stations fit. And those are the priorities, but it's not exclusive to those things. You could still put together an application that includes like sustainable agriculture type projects, or it includes some nature-based water resiliency types of projects. Anything that relates to climate adaptation or climate mitigation will probably fit better in this bucket, kind of larger projects. In addition to some of the smaller ones that we talked about before. How do we retrofit homes and businesses so that they can benefit from these programs? And then obviously, this money, it will be money that cities and counties could also take advantage of as well as they look to modernize their facilities too. And then the Clean Communities Investment Accelerator. This will go to up to about 7 different awardees nationally as well. This is a $6 billion pot of money. And this $6 billion will, again, be used to help stand up community lenders. And community lenders are those lenders that provide support and financial support to disadvantaged communities, right? And so we're talking about money that, again, has been earmarked for the benefit of disadvantaged communities. A key point that I didn't make before that should be made here, because I'm reminded by the slides, how much of the money will then go to projects, and then how much of the money will go to programs, and then how much money goes to administration, right? And so it's very clear that EPA is saying that there's a certain amount of money that we need to see go directly to projects, right? Whether those are homes and businesses, utility scale community solar projects, battery projects. But then there needs to be another portion of that money that you set aside for programmatic stuff. And I think that is kind of the sweet spot for one of the questions that I heard at the previous discussion as it relates to partnerships, community partnerships, right? I think we are past the time of volunteering our time for doing this work, where you should be paid to help deploy and create these new markets, right? So, let me be clear. I don't anticipate that any of the advisory committees are regional support partners that we identify as we begin to roll out these programs into Texas will be helping us for free. And they should not be helping us for free. They should be getting paid for the level of work that they do. And they should be getting paid for the relationships that they bring to the table to create the markets that we need created in order to deploy the capital. All of this is brand new. This is because these markets don't exist right now. So we're creating new markets and new places for new people that traditionally have been left out of the traditional markets. And that's going to take an all hands on deck type of approach. And so when EPA says, for instance, with the NCIF, they say that 75% of the money goes to projects. Well, that leaves another 25% for administration to run the programs, and then 15% to go to community partners to help us deploy the capital. And so, if those of you in the room, kind of serve in those spaces, this is a workforce development, panel discussion here. Well, there's some workforce development needs that need to be built right now, right? And so this money allows us to fund workforce development opportunities at the local level in these key places throughout the state, so that they can begin to train people in these communities to do this work, and then turn around and work in their communities and gain a very livable career out of these new opportunities. But do not approach this as, hey, we have our job and we are going to help doing these things. Send an invoice with those partnerships. Make sure every partnership you enter into as it relates to this work includes an invoice behind it and say, we want to get paid for what we do, right? And And too often, we don't do that. We volunteer for a lot of stuff. And I told Michaela last night, our volunteering days for stuff is coming to an end now. It's time for us to earn for the work that we do. Okay? And so with the CCIA, the same thing. 80% of the money goes directly to the projects. There's 10% that can go to technical assistance and some sub-grants around technical assistance, and the 10% will go to actual making sure that the administrative part of getting the programs up and going. And that's the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That is the opportunities in Texas to be able to draw down money. So timeline real quick, and then I'll take some questions. The timeline is that the applications for each of these programs are officially opened. We anticipate, again, that EPA will probably select about 3 for that $14 billion opportunity, about 7 for the CCIA opportunity, and then 60 awards for Solar for All. The applications will close at the end. Solar for All will close at the end of September, and then the other 2 will close in mid-October. EPA will make a decision on who receives the awards in late winter-ish. And then by this time next year, money will start to hit the ground. And so we have a 12-month runway to prepare for those opportunities when it's time for the money to hit the ground and it's time for everyone to get to work in reimagining a greener Texas, reimagining economic prosperity for communities that have been left behind, and reimagining a healthier Texas that benefits all Texans and not just those who can afford to live a more healthy and sufficient lifestyle. So that's the Clean Energy Fund of Texas. Let me know if there's any questions that I can answer real quick, and our Michaela as well, and hopefully that was useful information.
When do you think ERCOT is going to fail?
Is what?
Is going to fail?
Oh, gosh.
Well, I have a lot of member businesses that are working to make sure it does not fail.
Coming next week.
Testing.
Next week.
Testing, okay. So I know that was, that's a good question. And I do want to say that there are a lot of aspects when it comes to providing electricity that are difficult. And one of the difficulties is modeling. So of course, ERCOT has to match supply and demand in order to provide enough electricity. And so something that we're working on, so for context, I work in the legislature, I work in the regulatory space, but then we also engage with ERCOT. So that's through our wholesale markets team. And something that we're talking about is called real-time co-optimization, or RTC. So that's something that's going to be more and more present in ERCOT's workflow. And that's getting to basically what I just said, so modeling. Real-time co-optimization is expected to make our models that much more accurate, to make sure that ERCOT is estimating demand and meeting that demand with the appropriate supply. So hopefully, as that gets rolled out, it won't fail. But I just wanted to highlight that. So there's a lot of work going on to make sure that ERCOT is more reliable than it has been.
Or if it doesn't fail in the rest of the state, it's going to fail in South Texas because of the lack of power in South Texas.
Yeah.
And the only way they can assure themselves that it doesn't fail is by connecting to the energy CFE in Mexico to try to get a transmission line across so that they can keep feeding Laredo, but they don't have enough energy in Laredo itself.
Yeah. Well, and another aspect of it is, how we build resiliency within our communities, right? And so that we're not as dependent on some centralized grid. One of the things that we are very focused on is how we deploy solar and battery resources in communities that typically, when power goes out, it goes out first and it stays out the longest, whether that is from an extreme weather event or from an over demand cycle with ERCOT. Having communities have the opportunity to have a solar and battery component to their businesses, to their homes, or even a resiliency hub that can be tapped into in those times when the power goes out, provides another level of not only resiliency, but another level of trauma-reducing emotional stress that goes with knowing that as soon as something bad happens, we're going to be out of power. And what that means for the food in my refrigerator that I spent all week trying to work to pay for and purchase. What that means for any health issues that we may have in the family where we need electricity to keep us, alive in some cases. And so, identifying those areas where, like you mentioned, the power is going to go out first, and it's going to stay out the longest, and then we build in those communities the resiliency that they need so they're not dependent on any other source. They're getting their source directly from the sun and then from storage that's associated with it. And, if the sun goes away, then we have bigger problems to deal with at that point. But as long as we have it, let's tap into it, let's store it, and let's use it when we can't depend on whatever ERCOT's doing. Which is the future. And then not only that, because, I'm always talking about how we build wealth. Not only that, but then when we don't need the stored power, we can sell that to the grid and get paid from it. Right? And so there aren't many other models in place where we're thinking about these things, not only as how do we fix this problem, but how do we monetize what we do in these communities so that we have a stream of income such that if we're storing more power than we're using, we sell that power back to the grid and they pay us for it.
And so I feel like I can just keep springboarding off of what you said, but I will wrap because I know we're at time.
Good.
So ERCOT, Texas, I should say, we are doing a pilot project to answer that very question. Like, how do you get paid your excess energy? How do we develop that framework, and how do we benefit Texas consumers who are basically contributing to the reliability of the grid with their supply? And it's called the Aggregated Distributed Energy Resources Pilot Project, or ADR. And that's something that TEBA has been involved in since its conception. In fact, we were instrumental in advocating for the Public Utility Commission of Texas to greenlight that project. And I spent the last couple months doing workshops with the commission on that very topic. So there's a lot of exciting work happening in Texas, and a lot of it really is benefited by community engagement. So if you are interested in learning more, please let me know, because we want to bring more communities to the table. This is not just a conversation that needs to be happening in Austin. This is not just a conversation that touches on Houston or Dallas. Like, this impacts all Texans in the ERCOT power region, and I would like their voices to be heard in the process. Yes?
Is Capital Assets, are they an approved PACE lender? About a year and a half ago, we passed a resolution to establish PACE for Laredo. So we've got a PACE program, and we got a project already ongoing. We're looking to expand that.
Yeah. So Capital Assets is a PACE developer, and so we work with the PACE lenders, the big boys, to deploy capital for PACE. I had done that on my own for about 4 years, right? So PACE law passed, and PACE stands for Property Assets Clean Energy, and it is a vehicle through which commercial buildings, apartment complexes can make the improvements that we're talking about as a part of tax repayments, right? So they pay it back on the payback is on an annual basis. And each of the projects have to be cash flow positive, right? And so it's a good idea. It makes a lot of sense. My frustration with PACE, though, was that I got into the business to get that money into these communities. And PACE lenders, no offense to them, but they look for big things, right? They want to do gut rehab projects in downtown Dallas, right? They want to do some huge new hotel in Houston or something like that, right? And so someone needs to do that, but who is taking care of the small commercial stuff, right? The 500,000 and less. And so I actually built this model, this green bank, because this can do that, right? This could do the things that the PACE folks wouldn't want to do. They wouldn't want to touch, right? And so as a part of this, we're developing products that would, meet that demand, but also some small commercial PACE products as well, right? And so we're hoping over the next couple of months to roll out a small commercial PACE line where, if Nuveen or Petros or any of the big folks who are doing PACE stuff and one comes their way and it's like $100,000 or $250 or whatever, they want to touch it, or it's like a nonprofit or something that, may be riskier for them. Because typically with PACE, they're looking for more sophisticated borrowers, right? Folks who have 3 years of financials and all the stuff that they need to be able to underwrite the project. We want to make sure that no one's left out, right? And so if the PACE framework is a better framework for a small business owner or a smaller project, nonprofit, we want to be able to fit that need. And that's kind of why this is created. But to answer your question, yes, both the things, right? If you have like projects right now that are ready to go, I can definitely connect you to some lenders and see if we can get someone to bite. If you have projects that are, kind of further out, give us some time to kind of get our stuff together here and provide a more flexible PACE solution, then I would love to visit with you on that as well.
Right, no, I'd love to connect because that's a key point that we're facing here is, trying to retrofit and focus on areas such as our downtown that don't have these huge properties. They're smaller investments. And getting those big banks that they're not local, they don't understand the community. Trying to get our local lenders, our Falcon banks and our IBCs to understand that, hey, this is that could help lower our costs and help our businesses retrofit, become more energy efficient, more cash flow positive. So to hear that's a concern to get them to finance those lower costs and the lower investments. That's what we're doing.
And also, PACE has a lender consent component as well. So if there is a lien on the property, you got to get consent from that mortgage holder in order to do the project. And that has been an obstacle too, right? So we've kind of built this as a workaround to make sure that there are resources that are flowing to communities in different ways that fit those communities that we're trying to serve.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, I'd love to give a hand to Michaela and Stephen again. Thank you. And now we can transition to your next breakout session. Welcome. There we go. Welcome, everyone. How are you doing today? All right. Thanks for joining us today at the Clean Energy Industry and Workforce Development Panel. I want to hear, last time we had great presentations with some good questions. I'd love to be able to get to those quickly, so I'm going to do quick introductions and then let's get started. First, you'll be hearing from Michaela Spenrath. Michaela is a policy principal with the Texas Advanced Energy Business Alliance, where she advocates for legislative and regulatory policies that expand opportunities for advanced energy businesses in Texas. Prior to joining TEBA, Michaela managed state environmental projects at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality and federal hazard mitigation projects at GrantWorks. She studied civil and environmental engineering at Stanford University and environmental science at the University of Texas at Arlington. Thanks for joining us, Michaela. Let's go to Stephen Brown next. Steve is currently the president of Capital Assets Energy, LLC, a successful clean energy development consulting firm that specializes in financial retrofits of commercial, nonprofit, and multifamily properties with energy efficient and renewable energy improvements. To date, Capital Assets has secured close to $5 million in capital for energy efficient renewable energy retrofits throughout Texas through the CPACE program. Capital Assets has also helped to develop over 500 megawatts of utility scale solar, assist local governments on their green energy procurement strategies, and organizes communities around environmental justice. Steve is also the founder and board chairman of the Clean Energy Fund of Texas. which is focused on making the emerging green economy affordable and just for all Texans. Let's give a warm welcome to Michaela and Stephen. Thank you. All right, let's make it warmer than that. There we go.
Thank you. Okay, hi everybody. So I'm Michaela with Teva, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about advanced energy in Texas, present state, and future opportunities. So we're going to cover a lot of ground. I'm going to introduce you to who Teva is, what we define as advanced energy, the value of the industry. We're going to talk about some federal investments and what impacts we are anticipating. And then we're going to talk about what can get in our way to realizing all the benefits of this growing industry. So Teva is a trade organization. We represent local and national advanced energy businesses that operate in Texas and provide secure, clean, reliable, and affordable energy. Our mission is to raise awareness with policymakers and the general public about all the benefits of advanced energy for cost savings or energy affordability, as well as system reliability, resiliency, and then, of course, economic growth in the state of Texas. So what is advanced energy? That might not be a term that you're familiar with. Well, we capture a lot of things under that definition, and that's because Teva, which is unique in the trade organization space, we actually are not technology specific. So as long as you produce clean energy and you're a business, you can join our trade organization. So our definition echoes that. So we define it as energy efficiency and demand response. We also capture energy storage under there. You have your typical renewables like solar, wind, hydro. We include nuclear, electric vehicles, and then distributed energy resources, which are smaller scale systems that are interconnected at the distribution level, which is typically closer to communities and where people are actually consuming electricity. So what's the value of all of these technologies? Well, based on a report from Advanced Energy United, it's estimated to be about $2.1 trillion globally, with the domestic market being about $375 billion. So just from an economic standpoint, there's a lot of opportunity there. But it also delivers value based on job creation. So 87% of new electric power generation jobs were in clean energy based on a 2022 report from the Department of Energy. And clean energy job growth, just in general, is outpacing general average job growth. So in terms of delivering high quality, well-paying jobs to people in your community, advanced energy is well positioned to deliver that. So it delivers economic value, it can produce jobs, but what else can advanced energy do? Well, it can deliver cost savings. So in the Teva report called Future-Proofing the Texas Grid with DERs, or Distributed Energy Resources, we found that by facilitating DER integration, you're able to avoid transmission and distribution infrastructure investment to the tune of about $5.5 billion in a 10-year period. So there's definitely a lot of things we could do with $5.5 billion in a decade. And so advanced energy is one of the ways that we can realize that. So we have talked a little bit about federal investments. I feel like I'm getting louder. So we have talked a little bit about federal investments. So the IRA and the IIJA, or IJA, taken together is billions of dollars of investment. And something that's very useful is that it uses a variety of mechanisms to deliver that value. So, for example, tax credits. There's also loan guarantees and grants. So something that I really want to highlight is that these pieces of legislation are leveraging public investment to generate private investment. And the Boston Consulting Group estimates that that private investment is going to top $800 billion by 2030. So it wouldn't do to not address Justice 40 as we are in a Justice 40 symposium. So a hallmark of the IRA is that it incentivizes businesses to invest in Justice 40 communities. And this is welcomed by the business community, certainly amongst our members. So one of the ways that it does that is through a mechanism called the investment tax credit. And we might just want to start with what is a tax credit. And it is a dollar-for-dollar reduction in your income taxes for a company or a person that you pay at the end of the year. So you actually can get that reduced by using the investment tax credit. And what the IRA does is it bumps that up. So it means you can increase that tax credit by 10% just for locating solar and wind facilities and placing them in service in low-income communities. And 10% might not mean a lot if we're talking about $100, but if we're talking about large capital projects, which some advanced energy technologies do require, that can be a lot of savings. So there are also additional bonus credits that you can get that touch on domestic content as well as prevailing wages and apprenticeships. So domestic content is getting at local supply chain support and development, which is definitely needed because if we're relying on global supply chains, not only does that take longer to get the materials you need, it makes the clean energy transition that much more, it just makes it longer to achieve. Prevailing wages and apprenticeships get at workforce development and making sure that pay for workers in this industry is fair and certainly a livable wage. And apprenticeships are very important because that makes sure that we can usher the next generation of workers into the clean energy economy or reskill current workers that are in other aspects of power generation. So, what has all this investment amounted to? So, I'm going to touch on private investment, energy costs, and of course, jobs. So this is a resource from Jack Konis, and it shows the investment dollars by state based on the IRA. As you can see, Georgia is leading the pack with about $13 billion in announced projects based on the IRA, but Texas is about $1.1 billion. Now, I did want to acknowledge that I did crop this, so Texas is not dead last. We are still beating Florida, but as you can see, there's a lot more that we can do to draw business investment. There's a lot of money on the table. So if we dive into that a bit deeper, what technologies are actually drawing this investment? And by and large, the answer to that is batteries. That's not surprising. Nationally, we're having a lot of conversations about how can we make the grid more secure? How can we make it more reliable? And one of the ways to do that is to make it more predictable. And by capturing solar and wind energy, which aren't predictable, right? So that's based on the wind and based on the sun, which aren't necessarily in human control. By putting that energy into batteries, we're able to make it much more dispatchable and easier to operate. So batteries drawing a lot of investment, followed by electric vehicles, solar, and then just a sliver of wind. And I do want to highlight that even though this is a national perspective, this is echoed in Texas as well. So we have about 400 standalone battery storage projects that are seeking interconnection as of June 2023, which is about 65 megawatts, which is a good amount. Tesla, which is an EV company, is building I think it's called a gigafactory in the Austin region, and that's electric vehicles. And then we're also leading the nation in solar power generation now. So even though this is a national perspective, we're seeing it in Texas as well. So what is this going to do to energy costs? And spoiler alert, it's going to lower them. So based on a report by the ICF, which looks at the levelized cost of energy, and that basically just answers the question, over the lifetime of this technology, how much is this energy going to cost? And if you see the blue bar, typically is under the gray bar, and that just means we are going to see cost reductions amongst all of these technologies. And it's not just 1 or 2%, we're looking at double-digit percentage reductions. So the cost of energy for these technologies is going to go down by 10% or more. And honestly, that's just a win for Texas consumers. It's a win for those seeking energy affordability and making sure that clean energy is accessible to all communities. And then, of course, wanted to touch on jobs. So not surprising, Georgia's leading the pack just based on the sheer magnitude of investment that the state has drawn. But I want to say that Texas is anticipated to have about 2,300 jobs just based on what has already been announced as a result of the IRA. But we're expecting a lot more than that. So Texas can get up to 100,000 jobs if we draw down the benefits of these pieces of legislation. And that could increase our GDP by about $16 billion, which is really good for the state of Texas. And one thing I did want to highlight is that these benefits are not just for urban centers. In fact, a lot of clean energy projects can be located and sometimes are preferred to be located in rural communities. And so this industry is uniquely positioned to benefit rural counties, rural municipalities, and rural workers. All right, so I touched on the value, the opportunity that this industry brings. What's in our way? What can stop us from realizing all of these benefits? And the first thing I want to highlight is something that can kill projects before they even get going, and that's permitting. So an action item for those who are positioned to do so in their community: review and reform permitting policies to make sure that clean energy projects can be permitted in a timely fashion. The second barrier I want to highlight is transmission limitations. So if we can't move the product, which is electricity, it gets wasted, and that's called curtailment. And you don't ever want your product to be wasted from a business perspective. So by making sure that we have enough transmission to move all of the energy that we are producing, we can support businesses in that sense. Now, I'm sure we all know infrastructure is expensive. Transmission is no exception to that rule. So even though this says call for additional state investment, which we do support, you can also benefit your communities by stimulating the deployment of distributed energy resources, or DERs. So if you recall, those are smaller scale systems that can be co-located in your community that don't even need transmission lines to deliver clean and affordable energy to those communities. So one last thing I wanted to highlight with IdeaSmiths, TABA funded a report called ERCOT 2040, a roadmap for modernizing Texas's electricity infrastructure. And based on that report, we found that about 1,300 miles of transmission lines are going to be needed in the future to meet Texas's growing energy demand. Population is growing, it is getting hotter, we are breaking records for the amount of electricity that we are consuming, and so we might be able to produce more energy, but if we can't move it to where it's needed, it's going to get wasted, and we're not going to see those benefits. So as you can see, the Laredo region does have a red line. So this shows in red where we can strategically build out transmission to meet the needs of Texas into the future. All right, the third barrier I want to highlight is supply chain constraints. So like I said, by relying on global supply chains, we're not able to necessarily get the components to projects we need to get them commercialized and operational. So by supporting pro-business policies in your area, we can develop local supply chains, use local resources, develop our local community, and make sure that those projects are able to get operational much faster. And then the last area I want to highlight, workforce development. So all hands on deck are needed in order to realize the clean energy transition and meet all of our goals that we've talked about throughout the symposium. So one of the ways that you can do that is by making sure that there are programs in place to train workers for a clean energy economy, whether that be developing new skills or reskilling workers from perhaps the oil and gas industry. Increasing funding for STEM programs and creating direct pathways from education to advanced energy will also help us support the workforce that we need to meet the needs of our future economy. So, thank you so much for having me. I hope you are convinced that advanced energy is a great opportunity for communities, especially rural communities, and I hope this was informative. I want to leave you with some resources, and I will happily take any questions that there are. I'll take that as a good sign.
Thank you. If you need to go. Yeah, you've heard my pitch before, so. Okay, let's use one then. Can we talk for another hour? Okay, all right. Good to meet you as well. Let's give Michaela a round of applause. Hit the road again. There we go. All right, well, let's jump into the Clean Energy Fund of Texas. As Mark mentioned, my name is Steve Brown. I am the founder and the chairman of the board of the Clean Energy Fund of Texas. We are the state's first nonprofit green bank. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what we think makes us special in this market. We're going to talk a little bit about the challenges that we're looking to overcome. And then lastly, how this little talked about fund in the IRA
will help us to accomplish or be a part of how we accomplish the task of eliminating energy poverty in the state of Texas, as well as create jobs and economic development in communities that need it most. So first, who are we? We are created with the mission of doing, mitigating the climate crisis, eliminating energy poverty, creating green jobs, and then catalyzing economic development in under-resourced communities. And we will do this through the acceleration of the flow of green capital into these markets to provide a healthier, prosperous, and just future to all Texans. So just a small little thing we have to do real quick, but we'll get it done. The problems that we're trying to solve is this huge issue of energy burdens in Texas. So how many folks are familiar with energy burdens at all? Well, I know you do, Alex, but okay, a little bit, all right. So an energy burden is any situation where a family is paying between 6% to say 20% of their annual income on electricity, on power, paying their light bills, right? And to put that into context, the average family in the United States pays how much of their annual income on electricity? Take a wild guess. Not you, Mark, because you heard it the first time. No? Huh? 20%? No. Lower.
Okay.
Yeah, the average family is paying what?
10%.
3%. The average family pays 3% of their annual income on electricity. So anyone, well, and I'm going to show you, I'm going to point that out in a second. So any family that's paying 6% and above, which is twice as much as the average family, is identified as having an energy burden. Okay? And so that's what we got to crush in the state of Texas, And we feel like this Green Bank, or the Clean Energy Fund of Texas, is one way in which we could begin to crush that 6%, get more families down to that 3% average, and then allow them the ability to use that delta, the difference, for other things, right, that they need to do. So to your point, let's look at the counties in the country where you have the highest proportion of energy burdens. And guess what? Right along the border in Texas is where it's happening the most, right? And so, I think when we think about poverty and under-resourced communities, obviously we look at and think about those big urban areas, right? But this is one of those maps that really draws that distinction why ground zero is really here, right? This is where resources need to be deployed because that orange reddish, it could be fire, basically. These communities are on fire because of the amount of money that they're paying for energy bills as compared to other parts of the state. So how do we crush that curve? This is just a very simple analysis of the ideal project that we'd be looking to fund through our program. And so obviously you can see a before and after, before and upgrade. So the upgrade could be anything from replacing an old HVAC with a heat pump or more efficient HVAC, changing out lights to more efficient LED lights, insulation, window tint, right? Things like that could be a part of a project, or even solar and energy storage, right? That could be a part of a project that we would finance. And so you can see, like, ideally, before the project is done, family was paying X amount of money on their electricity bills. Once that project is done, then their energy cost shrinks, right? In some cases, can shrink to zero, depending on what the project is, right? And so all they're paying then is the repayment of the loan itself. And then there's that delta in that white space above, which represents the magic in what we want to do, what we are trying to accomplish. And so the projects that we're going to be looking to fund and finance will be projects where we can meet kind of a cash flow positive position for families and businesses, particularly families and businesses who don't otherwise have access to cheap, long-term patient capital, right? So, there are families who could get loans to do projects, but those loans would probably have interest rates tied to them that are so outrageous that you wouldn't get this, right? So we need to be able to make sure that we can price out any type of capital deployment in a way where it's affordable so that you can achieve this or even better results, right? And so the goal is cash flow positive, looking at projects that can reduce energy consumption up to about a third at least. We want to try to accomplish that. But this magic that I mentioned before, the white part, the immediate savings net repayment, is right now where the trade-off is happening, right? And so families who are living on a month-to-month basis and they're having to, sweat through these hot summer months right now, and they're having a conversation at the kitchen table saying, look, can we even afford to turn the AC on tomorrow, right? And if we do turn it on, then does that mean that we have to make trade-offs with groceries or make trade-offs with healthcare or transportation or clothing, right? And not even to mention, having conversations about how we can save more money to invest in things so we can start to create wealth for ourselves, right? We're not even talking about that yet. We're just talking about the immediate needs, right? And so by crushing that energy burden curve, not only do we create this space for them to not have to make those trade-offs and not have to live in a sweltering hot box because they can't afford to turn an AC, but also give them the freedom to now be able to afford the trade-offs that they otherwise were sacrificing, and or give them the freedom to save that money, that delta, or put that money into other types of vehicles that could earn money for them along the way, right? And so we need to transform these communities from those that, are faced with these types of traumas to ones that are able to look at how they might actually start to generate wealth for themselves and for generations to come. So that's what we're trying to do. And so let's talk about that that fund that is an IRA that didn't get much attention while the IRA was being introduced in Congress. But now that it's passed, we hit the 1 year mark, I believe, yesterday of the passage of the IRA. And so now that that's done, there's just $27 billion in it that no one's talked about. They're talking about it a little bit more now. But I like that no one's talking about it because it wasn't a target, right? But now we're free to talk about it. So it has three key objectives or priorities. Obviously, you want to reduce emissions and air pollution. You want to deliver benefits into low to moderate income communities, and you want to begin to mobilize financing and private capital to stimulate additional deployment of these types of projects. Three key objectives that we're looking to do. So what could come out of this greenhouse gas reduction fund? Well, according to McKinsey, they looked at the fund, and the fund is actually broken into three different components. And I'm going to talk about two of them more extensively in this presentation. The third one is called a Solar for All program that's being created, and that's a $7 billion amount of money that will go to 60 awardees for resiliency solar deployment into low to moderate income communities or disadvantaged communities. And so when McKinsey's looking at it, because that is a grant program, McKinsey's looking at the other features of the $27 billion outside of the grant program. So they're looking at the remaining $20 billion. And that $20 billion, they say, could be mobilized in a way that will catalyze another $250 billion in total investment, right? So that initial infusion of the $20 billion into states throughout the country should have a total impact of catalyzing another $250 billion in total investments that brings money off the sidelines from the private sector, from other traditional sources, into this space. But not only that, they predict that an estimated 400,000 direct jobs will be created in disadvantaged communities, and 1.1 million direct jobs created in total. This is over 10 years. Okay, this won't happen next July. This will happen over the next 10 years. Household savings, we talked about our goal to crush energy cost. And so the total amount of household savings could be in the range of 30 billion. Sorry, Siri. And then lastly, what we don't talk about much are the public health benefits. And so they also calculate that there are enormous opportunities here to benefit from on the public health sense in terms of respiratory, cardiovascular, asthma-related type of illnesses or occurrences there. And before I move to the next slide, because I think the next slide starts to talk about the key components of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, I do want to make one point. I was doing some math when Michaela was talking, and Mark, I think I got the numbers slightly wrong the last session. So this is a Justice 40 event, right? So obviously, when we talk about Justice 40, IRA is a part of the Justice 40 initiative, and so everything that's in the IRA has that 40% component. That 40% of the things that are in IRA have to benefit disadvantaged communities, right? It's clear. This is different. And this is another special thing about this fund that no one's talked about. This one is uniquely different, right? So 40% of 27 billion would be what? Any mathematicians real quick? Don't worry, I used my calculator earlier. 40% of it would be $10.8 billion, right? Now that in and of itself, just think that $10.8 billion of this 27 billion fund has to go to disadvantaged communities. That's a huge feat in of itself. But as we were talking during the last session, we were kind of doing the math, and I was like, wait, let me go back and check the math on this thing. What makes this unique, that I don't think anyone anticipated when it was created, is that the Solar for All, $7 billion, has to go exclusively to disadvantaged communities, right? So you get $7 billion that's got to go to disadvantaged communities. And that's for solar storage. Then you say, okay, well, the 20 billion left, you do 40 of that, it's 8, right? And so 8 plus 7, you get what, 15 billion, right? Again, that's a great number too. That's bigger than the 10, right? So what if I told you then that that's not even the number? And I'll show you in a second. There are 3 components of this program. There's Solar for All, there's the Clean Communities Investment Accelerator, and then the National Clean Investment Fund. Let's do this one first. This is a $6 billion part of the $27 billion, and it's going to go to 2 to 7 awardees nationally. And the disbursements have to be made over the next 6 years. And this one will help to stand up local community lenders, give them the resources in terms of administrative costs, operational expenses, but also different types of loan products or financing products that then they could use to deploy capital into the communities that they serve at the local level. This $6 billion has to go exclusively to disadvantaged communities. So now let's do the math. If you add the Solar for All, 7, you got this 6, and then 40% of the remainder, you're at $18.6 billion. Which no longer is Justice 40, that's Justice 70. This is probably the only program that exists out of the IRA, out of anything that this administration has done, where they not only have they exceeded the minimum requirements of Justice 40, they actually created a Justice 70 program that no one talks about. And I love it that no one's talking about it. Right? Because if they start talking about it and they start picking at it, and then things might change. Let's make sure they don't talk about it after the money's on the ground. But yeah, this is very special. That $18 billion has to go to disadvantaged communities. That is a game changer in terms of the current paradigm of disadvantaged communities not having access to capital for anything, right? I mean, this changes everything. And so not only are we able to use this fund to be able to deploy resources into homes and communities that have traditionally been unbanked or underbanked, but we're able to do it at rates that aren't predatory, right? I mean, there are lenders in these communities, the predatory lenders in some cases, or the traditional banks stay away, right? Because of credit risk. And so we're able to come into these communities and deploy this capital and prove to the traditional lenders that these communities aren't as risky as you thought that they were, right? That the projects that we're financing, that are cash flow positive projects, have a default rate right now of 2 to 3%, right now, right? And so the rule of thumb or the conventional wisdom is that you can't invest in poor people because they provide a certain level of risk that you're uncomfortable with. And the way to overcome your risk is that you charge them more money. You charge them more for the money you're giving them. And so the interest rates increase based on risk. And so what we're able to do with this fund is say, no, they're not as risky. And we're going to prove it because we already know that there's 2 to 3% default rate just based on what other green banks have done for the last 10 years. But in addition to that, once we prove it, then we're going to make you more comfortable spending your money there, right? And so when McKinsey says that $20 billion is going to turn into $50, is because what we're doing is we're proving a concept that allows the money that's spent on the sideline to enter into these markets, right? And so not only do you have a Justice 70 program through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, but you also provide the ability to prove a concept whereby that 250 that McKinsey says will be the ultimate number once you start to layer on private capital, that money gets off the sidelines and comes into these communities as well. Complete game changer. You know, I'm excited about it, as you can tell, and you know, and I hope that some light bulbs are going off for other folks as well. But what that does in terms of wealth creation, what that does in terms of health impacts in these communities, what that does in terms of jobs in these communities, is just the sky is the limit, and we're at the ground level of it in terms of the rollout of this program, but also in terms of where the money needs to go in the state of Texas. And it's got to get to the hot spots that we showed in the maps before. So let me tell you a little bit about this part of the program, and then I'll tell you a little bit about the NCIF, and then I'll take some questions, and hopefully still have some time to get some lunch. So basically, what the Clean Communities Investment Accelerator will do, as I mentioned before, is stand up local community lenders to do this work at the local level. Of the amount of money that they get, 80% of it has to go to the projects themselves. 10% goes to working with community partners to make sure that we have identified opportunities in the communities and we are working with the community in deploying these resources. And then the other 10% will go to just administrative cost, right? And so, you know, kind of the technical assistance pieces of it could be like the workforce training stuff that's going to be needed, any type of market analysis, things of that nature, okay? That's important because I want to make sure that the folks in the room who work in these communities, who are trust ambassadors for these communities, that you understand there's a role for you in this as well, right? This isn't just a lending program. This is truly a community development program. And so with this part of it and the other part I'll talk about in a second, where 25% of the money can go to administration and programs, that is big for folks here at this summit, Symposium, so that you know that, you know, you're not, as a partner, you're not just a partner in name or as a MOU partner. But you want to be seen as a partner contractually, because this money is actually dedicated to identifying those partnerships and then supporting the people who are partnered with us, right? And so I mentioned at the previous one, you know, I'm not saying everyone come together, identify projects, and go home. I'm saying everyone come together, identify projects, and then send me an invoice for your work that you did. right? And too often times, we meet and we discuss and we, try to do great things, and then we go home and it may happen, may not happen, but we never ask to get paid for it. The time that it took for us to get there and the time that it took for us to sit there and be a part of that brainstorming. That changes now. If you are a community partner, you can do workforce training stuff, or you can do community engagement type stuff, or you can, help us identify contractors in the community. Do that, and then send us an invoice for the time that you spend helping us do those things, right? We're not asking for you to help us for free anymore. Now is the time where everyone should be getting paid for the work that they do and for their contribution as a value add in this whole process. So that's the Community Investment Accelerator. Real quickly, the NCIF is the $14 billion. It's going to go to 2 to 3 different national awardees. The money will be prioritized around distributed energy generation, which is basically solar and storage, net zero emissions buildings, so retrofitting buildings, and then transportation, which includes mainly chargers and infrastructure that's needed to grow out a EV industry nationally. And of course, the overarching goals for EPA's running the program will be to tackle the climate crisis, environmental justice, and civil rights, and then clean and healthy air for all communities. So that's the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. That's what I think is going to be a game changer throughout the country in terms of not only allowing all communities to participate in the clean energy evolution that's taking shape in real time. And that's really the bottom line of all of this. It's not that all communities won't eventually be a part of it. The question is, can we be a part of it while everyone else is a part of it? Because typically what happens is that we have to wait 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years for the prices to go down before we can begin to afford the things that people were doing 8 years earlier. What this says is that as affluent communities can afford to do these things, as big businesses can afford to do these things, small businesses and disadvantaged communities should also be able to participate as well in real time. And I think that changes the adoption curve on how fast we can accelerate into this clean energy transition and make sure that everyone is a part of it and everyone can win. All right, that's my presentation, I believe. Yep, that's it. Any questions? Yes.
What are you looking for in technical assistance sub-awards? I work for the university here, and I'm seeing there are multiple ones. What are the steps we need to take to get involved in something like this? We can't run anything outside, but we can certainly contribute to the sub-awards.
Yeah.
How do we do it?
Yeah. So good question. With that particular program, there are going to be 6 to 7 national players who are going to apply for that money. We will be aligned with at least one of those players, right? And so as a part of the applications that they present to EPA to be awarded whatever they'll get, they have to be able to demonstrate that they can provide for different types of technical assistance to those community lenders at the local level. And so let's go back to the font is really small. I don't know if you can see kind of what the types of activities are that are included, but essentially anything from what type of financial products can be introduced into these markets, what type of pre-development activities can be done. So in that case, it might be like some energy audit type stuff that can be done and provided, feasibility studies, market analysis, engineering support, right? And so too often we think of the term shovel-ready projects often, right? That became famous during the Obama administration. But what we don't talk about are shovel-worthy projects. And there's a difference there, there's a distinction. Shovel-ready projects are the ones that could afford all the pre-design work that it took to get it to be shovel-ready. But that doesn't mean it's the most worthy project, right? And so what this allows us to do is to bring in the technical experience and expertise up front to identify those shovel-worthy projects in addition to shovel-ready projects to get them to the worthiness stage. So, let's chat afterwards so we can kind of figure out better kind of where you all sit and what other resources might exist at the campus level too to be a part of this. But I told the previous group, we are creating markets here. We're doing things that have never been done before, right? And so it's going to take a lot of people to help make this work and make it work the right way. And quite frankly, we're creating markets because these things would not happen under any traditional market-based solutions, right? We have to prove this stuff up so that we can get the more traditional markets into the game as well. And so it's going to take a lot of work to create something new. But let's definitely sit down and visit and try to figure out ways that we can include this campus as part of it. Yep. All right. Any other questions? All right. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, I had asked you this during the break, but it was interesting to me when you talk about like 2 to 7 awardees or up to 3 awardees. What kind of entity is going to be the central core, potentially, conceptually, of these such huge awards given to such small number of entities?
Yeah, and that's a very good question, Mark. We are, very good question, Mark. We are working now to identify who the partners will be in each of these different types of pieces. So this one is the 2 to 3 awardees, which is the $14 billion. So the backstory around all this is that for the last 10 years, a coalition of green banks have been working on legislation to passed in Congress that will create a national green bank, a national climate bank. There are countries across the globe that have created these national climate banks for their countries. And so we've been working with different administrations, different Congresses, to try to get something set up in the States. And so twice we got passed a national green bank in Congress in the House that failed in the Senate. And so this entire fund is kind of part of that whole ideology of how do we create a national green bank. So I say all that to say that what EPA said then was, maybe we don't want one national climate bank. Maybe we want 2 or 3 of them, right? Maybe we don't give all the money to one group. And so when they designed the NCIF, they designed it with the thought in mind that instead of creating this one national climate bank for everybody, let's split it up and make it 2 or 3 of them. And so our anticipation is that the green bank movement that was responsible for the legislation getting to this point will be one of the 2 to 3. We imagine that there's probably going to be some coalition of CDFIs, community development financial institutions, that will make up one of the other national green banks. There might be a coalition of, say, small credit unions of sorts, or credit unions that serve small communities or disadvantaged communities, might be another one of the 3. And we don't assume that the money will be split equally between those 3, but we do assume that some combination of that will likely be those national players. And we'll know for sure by about January. So thanks for prompting me to say this. The timeline around all this is such that EPA released the competitions last month in July. Solar for All, which is the first one I talked about, there will be 60 awardees for that one. And that is the grant for solar and storage. That will be 50 states, so 1 per state. That will be 4 or 5 for tribal nations, and then 5 or 6 for kind of a multi-state effort. So, for instance, if like the Housing Authority Association of America wanted to apply for Solar for All, so they could put solar and battery on their properties, that will be part of that multi-state effort, right? And the total for that program, $7 billion. The most any one award will be is $400 million. The smallest any one award will be is $25 million. That's for Solar for All. The EPA will make a decision on all 3 of those in February-ish. They will then begin negotiating with their awardees between February and say March, April. And then they will look to deploy the money in July of next year. So everyone has a 12-month runway to kind of figure out where they want to be in this whole thing. But yeah, to your point, we expect the national players to be those types of groups. And then those groups will apply. Yeah, so those groups will apply for both.
Yep.
Right? And there may be some others, We had toyed with kind of a regional approach for this one, where like the green banks in the South would like come together and apply for this one in particular to service community lenders in the South. So it could be like a regional based thing. It could be like a functionally aligned type thing, like I mentioned before. So I'm curious to see who they will be, all the others that apply for this. And quite frankly, there may be some organizations that apply for this one that don't apply for the other, right, as well, and just allow for the 2 or 3 big shots. So just so you know how in Texas we're positioning, particularly for the Clean Energy Fund of Texas. So we'll be aligned with the National Green Bank group as they apply for both of these things. And so whatever they win out of those awards, a certain amount of money will flow through us into Texas. And that's not to assume that we're going to be the only ones, because as I mentioned before, I suspect the CDFIs to have some role in this. I expect credit unions to have some role in this. And so those local institutions, respectively, will probably also receive some funds. So they, if you think based on a formula funded type of grant opportunity, Texas usually receives about 10% of whatever it is the program is. That kind of gives you a sense of, the level of opportunity for the state in total. Now, again, that's not to say we'll be the ones managing all of that, but we'll be managing some of that, for sure.
So following up on his question earlier, you see it's heavily financial, but you see like some of the groups we have here at universities, labor, small business, nonprofits, where they fit in is with the technical assistance.
Could be. Technical assistance, community engagement, workforce development, all that, right? And so with the NCIF, I don't include it in the slide, but EPA requires that 75% of the money that is deployed goes to finance projects, which means 25% goes to all those other things, right? Including like administrative costs too, right? So that's where everyone is needed to help us build these markets. And EPA says that you can use 25% of what you get to build those partnerships at the local level.
And do they have to be, these entities, do they have to be in at the application point? Or post they can?
No, and that's actually a very good question that we've been asking a lot of lawyers about, kind of when do you include those folks? Do you include them during the application? Because there's, in some cases, will need to be a procurement process, depends on, who they are. But they might require a procurement process that may be more difficult to manage up front as opposed to on the back end. And so the anticipation is that a lot of the partnerships will come in once the awards have been made, and then there'll be some kind of open solicitation where you begin to engage community members to be a part of it. Particularly the ones who would make money off the program.
Yep.
Those folks would definitely be the ones that probably best to include them on the back end, so that EPA is comfortable in knowing that there was a objective, open process in bringing them on board. Okay. So a lot there.
All right. Well, thank you, Stephen.
All
Thanks,
right.
everybody.
My pleasure.
All right. And let's break for lunch.
Lunch will be served upstairs in room 223 for all of our guests.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I've been running around.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you all had a nice little break and enjoyed lunch. My name is Sheila Sedna. I'm the Climate Science and Policy Director at the Rio Grande International Studies Center, and we'll be doing the panel portion of our program. We have with us today Virginia Palacios. She's the Executive Director at Commission Shift. Martin Castro, he's the Watershed Science Director at RISC. And Arnold Lozano, and he's the Economic Development Administrator for the City of Laredo. So this panel is focused on, sorry guys, this panel is focused on just focusing on the J40 IRA, IIJA grants that have already been available, and we have a.
Maybe if you come behind the speakers.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you. I think it's okay now.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to be talking about applications that they've submitted for these grants and any potential opportunities that are upcoming. So I will start with Virginia.
So it's awesome.
Virginia. Steve, can you hear me? So the Inflation Reduction Act provides new authorities under the Clean Air Act to reduce methane emissions from petroleum and natural gas sector through the creation of the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, otherwise known as MERP. So there are two MERP opportunities. And I wanted to, one is for incentives on methane mitigation and monitoring. The other one is for incentives on methane mitigation from marginal conventional wells. And so that's a lot of words and a lot of terms that not all of us are familiar with. So I wanted to ask Virginia really quickly, what is methane and why we should be concerned with mitigating it?
Is there a mic?
You need to turn it on. It's off.
There you go. Okay, that should work. So again, I'm with Commission Shift. We are a statewide nonprofit based in Laredo, Texas, and we're focused on accountability at the Railroad Commission of Texas, which is actually our state oil and gas agency that has nothing to do with railroads. So that's very important for everybody to know first. But I have over 11 years of experience working on environmental issues related to oil and gas development. So I want y'all to know that I'm a resource if you have questions about the methane emission reduction program or any issues along the oil and gas supply chain. So I have a little quiz question, a little piece of trivia for y'all to answer. Out of the 254 counties in Texas, where do you think Webb County ranks as a natural gas producer in the state? One? Anybody else? Any other guesses?
2, 3.
2, 3. Right on. You guys know your trivia. Yeah, usually we're around number 3 out of all the counties in the state for natural gas production. We produce some oil in Webb County, but not as much as some of the other counties in the Permian Basin. But when it comes to natural gas production, we're up there. And so Texas produces more greenhouse gas emissions than any other state in the U.S. And the U.S. is ranked number 2 globally for greenhouse gas emissions. So when it comes to oil and gas development and greenhouse gas emissions, Webb County is an important place to be thinking about where can we reduce those emissions and protect our climate. And it's worth noting that Texas produces more oil and gas than any other state as well, in addition to greenhouse gas emissions. So we are relevant and we need to see ourselves that way. So as Sheila mentioned, there are two sort of parts of the methane emission reduction program. There's methane mitigation and monitoring. That's an $850 million program with grants of $850 million. And then there is a separate pot of money that is specific
to reducing methane from marginal conventional wells, and that's $700 million. A marginal conventional well is a well that was drilled, probably a vertical well. Today, the unconventional wells that we see are horizontal wells that are much longer. That's typically where you see hydraulic fracturing, right? But a conventional well is how they used to do it, which was like a smaller well, vertical, producing a little bit less product than what we see today from these fracked wells or unconventional wells. And so what we have going on in this country right now is this huge population of conventional wells that are not producing very much oil and gas, but they are emitting a lot of methane. Methane is a greenhouse gas that is 87 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a climate forcer. And so that means that it packs a powerful punch in the short term. And if we can reduce methane emissions now in the near term, that will have the most impact on how we experience our climate in our lifetimes. Methane only lives hundreds of years in the atmosphere, whereas carbon dioxide lives tens of thousands of years in the atmosphere. So the carbon dioxide that we're putting in the atmosphere today is going to be having an impact for a long time. But if we can reduce our methane emissions right now, we can impact this climate that we're experiencing. So it's very important that we address these emissions. Marginal conventional wells are important because they produce 6% of the oil and gas that we're producing in this country, but they produce 50% of the well site methane emissions. So they play an outsized role in methane emission pollution in the United States. They also represent 80% of the well population in the US. And so this is a real opportunity for us to address greenhouse gas emissions in Texas, in Webb County, right here.
Thank you. My next question is, who is eligible to apply for these grants and for these funding opportunities?
Sure. So there's lots of different types of entities that will be eligible for these grants. Raise your hand if you're from state government, county government. Anyone? We've got Arnold. City or town, okay. Special districts, anything like that. Tribal government. Higher education institution. All right, there we go. Nonprofits, okay. Businesses or individuals. That's probably some of the other folks that are mile wide. You can raise your hand. So all of y'all will be eligible if you raise your hand. So it's really a very broad grant program. Lots of different types of entities can be eligible for applying for these grants.
Great, thank you. And do you have any examples that you can give us of eligible projects or activities that these eligible entities can submit?
Sure, yeah, so again, this is for the oil and natural gas supply chains and reducing methane emissions along those oil and natural gas supply chains. And so I just like to think about what are the different segments in the supply chains and how are those impacting our communities. And so, we can start at the wellhead, right, with an oil and gas well. For example, if you have oil and gas wells that are situated in your city or in your locality next to people, that might be a really good candidate for one of these projects, because when you reduce those methane emissions, you're not only going to be reducing greenhouse gas emissions, but also any other harmful air pollutants that might be coming from those wells. Next, after oil and gas wells, you're going to have pipelines that take the gas to a gathering facility or a processing facility. Those pipelines can leak. You might design some kind of program around detecting leaks on pipelines. And then those gathering facilities, I live next to one of these in Ensenada, and sometimes I see these big, huge flares, like with black smoke coming out towards my ranch where I live. And so there could be a way for the county to work with these big facilities that are gathering a whole bunch of gas and that are pollution sources to find and fix leaks on site at these facilities. Beyond that, you have transmission pipelines. These are kind of different from the gathering pipelines because they're much more high pressure. They're transporting really large volumes of gas, and the methods for detecting those leaks are different. Once you get to the city gate, gas that enters our city You're talking about the distribution system. Again, these are different kinds of gas lines that are going to bring gas to our homes or businesses. And there's different ways that utilities look for leaks on those pipelines. I used to work on some projects with technologies that we call advanced leak detection systems. And so you can have more sensitive leak detectors than what is traditional that are more able to find leaks. They find higher numbers of leaks, and then you can use that data to quantify how much gas is leaking and then determine where it makes the most sense economically to reduce leaks on your system. That's something that the city of Laredo can maybe partner with CenterPoint Energy or Texas Gas Service to get some of that advanced leak detection equipment and deploy that throughout Laredo, making sure that there aren't more leaks than there should be in certain places.
Thank you so much, Virginia. I'm going to move on to Arnold. As I mentioned, he's the Economic Development Administrator for the City of Laredo, but he also writes grants for the city. And Arnold recently submitted a very heavy grant to the Department of Transportation, DOT, for the reduction of truck emissions at port facilities. So, Arnold, can you tell us a little bit about the DOT's emissions reduction at ports program and what your proposal consisted of?
Yeah, again, good afternoon. I guess we're in the afternoon already. Thank you, everybody. Before I start, I'd just like to thank Tammy you for having us, Risk, and for Green Latinos for putting this on. That's an amazing opportunity for the city and the community and stakeholders and partners to come together to learn about Justice 40 and how it affects our community and funding opportunities. So the DOT reduction of emissions at port facilities program was something new that I've seen. I usually work on grants for infrastructure for the city of Laredo for roads and bridges and looking for opportunities for water infrastructure to improve the water, quality of life, parks, things like that, funding for small businesses to support the small and micro businesses in the community. So when this came across through this Justice 40 initiative, we started to look at it at the angle of, well, how is Laredo positioned as far as our ports go, right? So a lot of you hear Laredo, #1 port in the entire United States. We've been able to maintain that for the past 4 months, so we're very proud of that. It brings a lot of economic opportunities for the city, a lot of trucks moving in and out of Laredo. So we said, how do we capitalize on these benefits to move away from the economic benefit and move toward how we can protect the communities that are being affected by this, or are they being affected by this? You think of all these trucks, all the emissions that are going on. This grant was to look at to try and reduce those by reducing the idling of these trucks to keep traffic moving. What innovative strategies could we implement to keep these trucks moving to lower the emissions in the community? So what we looked at is what is existing at the Port of Laredo right now. There is a lot of infrastructure already that has been implemented to try and keep traffic moving, to keep the idling down. We have, they call them Abby stickers for the trucks. You install them on the trucks, they scan, they move through. It cuts down on the wait time that they're getting processed. We've implemented a weigh in motion scale to weigh the trucks as they're coming across, to kind of keep those trucks moving, to keep them from idling. We've got new dedicated fast lanes to keep the trucks that are priority from Mexico coming right into Laredo. They don't stop to be processed. Already cuts down on the processing time. So a lot of this technology is already in place. So we try to figure out where else could we look. So Mines Road is a big focal point. It handles a lot of traffic, commercial traffic, but it also handles a lot of non-commercial traffic. There are residents that live out there. There's schools that are out there that are affected by this traffic. So what we did with this grant is we tried to look at intersections that are heavily congested and implement technology on the traffic lights and improvements in our transportation management center for the city, for our traffic department, to kind of monitor those intersections to keep traffic moving, in turn reducing the idling time and the congestion of these roads.
Thank you, Arnold. And I'm sure, well, if you were a part of the clean transportation workshop, I know while Houston was mentioning that there's a new national ambient air quality standard, right, for PM 2.5. And Webb, Cameron, East Hidalgo, those were the counties that were flagged by TCEQ that might be affected by those PM 2.5 updates. So these counties that were attainment are now going to be bumped up to non-attainment. So I think now is the time, right, to look into these electric diesel trucks.
Yes, and that was kind of a challenge that we were faced with this particular grant because the Department of Transportation was giving priority to counties and cities and states that were of non-attainment status or maintenance. For those of you not familiar, the non-attainment are these areas that are not meeting the standard for the air quality. So we couldn't find that Webb County was listed. So that was difficult for us to try and write into the grant and justify, well, we're not listed as a non-attainment. That doesn't indicate that we don't have a problem necessarily. How are we going to prevent ourselves from becoming non-attainment? That was kind of the angle that we took to remain competitive, because these are competitive grants. And just because we don't meet a criteria doesn't mean that we don't need the help. So we tried to find those creative angles to qualify for this grant, which we did. And we firmly think that what we were able to build into that gives us a good chance to protect the people who are working in Mines Road, who are traveling through the Mines Road area. We have the downtown area that has a lot of workers that commute to the Mines Road area. So we use this Justice 40 element to try and find out how can we protect these people of lower income and historically disadvantaged communities.
Great, yeah, so that leads to my next question, is like, how did Justice 40 play a part into your grant proposal? And how did you write that into the narrative?
Yeah, so this was actually the first Justice 40 grant that I've worked on. I am not too familiar, I'm not an expert in Justice 40, but I've had to teach myself what it is over the last 2 months that I worked on this grant, which is why this symposium is so important now, because those of us that are not familiar, myself included, can gather all this information and find out how to best incorporate that into areas that can strengthen our applications, to focus on those areas where Justice 40 can play the biggest element in these grants. And the biggest criteria or categories, if you will, that the U.S. Department of Transportation hit on was saying, hey, this is a Justice 40 grant, and these are the criteria that we want you to focus on to try and tie Justice 40 into each of those. So that 40% of the benefits, Laredo reaps a lot of economic benefits from the port and the revenue, but how do we delegate that 40 to the community who's helping that economic boom happen? So some of the things that we looked at was equity, the equity category, to try and minimize the displacement for the families who are out there, reduce the delay, improve the times it takes people to get out there. So 5 o'clock comes and they can get home at 5:30 and not at 6, 7:30. The schools that are out there, the parents trying to pick up their children. A lot of these are families who are from lower income areas that we try to protect by improving the traffic flow in these areas. We looked at health aspect of it by reducing the emissions. We are hopefully contributing to improving the disparities that the emissions cause on these lower income families. Climate change was another one that we took a hard look at. And I learned a lot through this climate change aspect of it, because everyone knows that it's getting hotter outside and everything's getting colder. So these extreme changes in temperature, how are these assets that we are asking for, how are we proposing to protect them against these extreme changes in temperature? How are we proposing to protect them against natural disasters that affect these populations of lower income greater? So innovative strategies on how to protect this infrastructure was another way that we tried to tackle Justice 40. That way, these assets that we're bringing, that we're hoping that are going to protect these lower income, that in the lifespan of them for a long time. And we're not protecting these communities for a year, 2 years. We're trying to protect them for 20, 25 years down the road by protecting our infrastructure. Safety, we talked about that, trying to reduce the collisions for these people who are commuting. And workforce development, number one in the port, a lot of trucks. If you'd asked me 5, 10 years ago about the commercial trailers, I would have had a lot of negative things to say about them. They cause, they slow you down, they congest traffic, but they're money generators. These are jobs that are people, they're out there that they're working long hours. So we try to incorporate into the grant, if we can improve the conditions along these roads, we may entice conditions that will spur development. Hopefully now people will want to work in these areas, want to set up in these areas, and it helps in our recruitment efforts that we have a safe corridor next to our ports. We are reliable. Our supply chain is reliable. So those are things that we also try to look into incorporate.
That all sounded amazing. All super important points, displacement and quality of life and reducing air pollution. Oh, that's great, Arnold. And so I wanted to ask you last question. What are some challenges that arose during this grant application process?
Well, one of the ones that I will reiterate is the fact that we were not listed on the EPA's non-attainment area. That was a little bit difficult it was time consuming to meet. I know we met with Martin and we met with RISC. We met with community leaders to say, hey, how can we address this? And what we came up with was trying to prevent ourselves from becoming this non-attainment area, right? So we can have a good, strong chance in our application. Another one was we were looking at World Trade Bridge, which is our big port. A lot of the economic activity goes through there. But when looking at the port and studying it, because a lot of the area inside the port is GSA property, it was hard to say, hey, well, we want to implement these improvements here when that's not the city's property. All right, so we were very limited in where we could try and implement technologies to implement to this grant. Also outside the port is the loop, the I-69, that's TxDOT. It's very difficult to say, well, we're gonna widen these roads with this grant. Well, it's not city's property either. So we plant trees. Where do we plant them? Can we create barriers with tree canopies to help these communities, because they're literally stone's throw, there's houses from the port. We were really focusing on them, but that was another big challenge for us to say, well, what exactly are we gonna do? So then we ended up moving further down, and we ended up meeting Mines Road, which I will add that I did learn is that according to the Texas Transportation Institute, Texas A&M, Mines Road is the 40th congested roadway in Texas. And when you're looking at just commercial truck traffic, it is the number 17 most congested roadway. So there are a lot of improvements to be made, and we're happy that we were able to get our application in, submit it, and tell the U.S. Department of Transportation about our problem and about why our community needs these programs.
Great, thank you so much, Arnold, and thank you for doing that amazing work on that grant. Fingers crossed we get that for Laredo. Okay, so now we'll move on to Martin. As I mentioned, Martin is our watershed science director at RISC, and we worked on the USDA urban forestry grant. As Arnold was mentioning, tree canopy is an important part of air quality as well and quality of life. And so this USDA urban forestry grant was a $50 million grant that had no match requirement for disadvantaged communities, which we met. So I'll let Martin talk a little bit about what RISC's grant proposal entailed.
Thank you, Sheila. It's a pleasure to be up here with my co-panelists, Richard and Arnold. Thank you all. I thank you all for being here today. As Sheila mentioned, we recently applied just over 3 months ago, I think, to the USDA's Urban Community Forestry Program. This is the same application or same program that Mark, one of our opening speakers this morning, talked about briefly during his opening remarks. This was a monumental type of program that the USDA, which I believe they've had for a couple of years now, but it was a game changer in terms of the amount of funding that was made available to the applicants. $50 million per application, over $1 billion in the pot for funding that was being funneled down from Washington D.C. through the USDA to disadvantaged communities. When I first heard about this opportunity when I was in Washington D.C. in April attending a fly-in with some nonprofits and other environmental groups from across the country, and I sat in a meeting with two undersecretaries from the USDA. And at this meeting, I found out about this opportunity. They talked about this grant, and as one of we've heard this morning our speakers say, one of the challenges that has historically been with applying for these large federal grants is that the applications themselves have been very, very long. And I cannot tell you how proud the secretaries were to say we got the application down to 7 pages. They were very proud to say that because they had heard a lot of the disappointment, I guess, from communities that were just unable to tackle such large and heavy applications. Anyway, so when I got back to Laredo, I texted my director immediately and I said, we have to go after this application. We had never, and I'll get into the details of what this grant basically entailed, but essentially, this grant from this program from the USDA, the Urban and Community Forestry Program, essentially tackles the ongoing threats of climate change in communities, specifically as it relates to tree canopy and tackling, for example, combating the urban heat island effect in communities, specifically in disadvantaged communities. Laredo, unfortunately, we suffer from a very high heat index here, a very high heat island effect because we have a lot of urbanized areas with very little shade and very little tree canopy coverage. So essentially, risk was getting into the tree planting business because what this grant was going to provide was funding to essentially plant trees in the community. And in this particular case, we focused on we were able to identify over 13 projects, tree planting projects across the city with a diverse group of partners, including a workforce development component that we also integrated into this program. And what we did essentially was we partnered with Laredo College and the Bethany House to essentially have folks trained in the aspects of planting trees and being horticulturists and arborists. Thank you. And they will, if we receive the funds from this program, we will develop new workforce development training programs at the college and use the Bethany House as well as a outlet to train, for example, provide jobs to our homeless population here in Laredo to provide these green sector jobs, which unfortunately we do not have, we have to outsource a lot of these jobs here in Laredo. And so we partnered with tremendous amounts of people, very willing partners, of course, City of Laredo, Webb County. The most impressive one, just as an example of the partnerships that we had to develop for this program and why they're going to be so important for our applications and other applications like Arnold just mentioned, is we actually got the Texas Department of Transportation, the executive director, Mark Williams, to sign a letter of commitment to allow us to plant trees along the state of Texas, the Texas right-of-ways, which was huge. So we were not expecting a level of commitment like that, but I think it just goes to show how, how much these projects, how important they are to some of our officials, our leaders, and how much meaning they can, hopefully, how much value they can provide to communities like ours.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the phases that we came up with for this grant?
Sure. I believe the first phase was to develop identify the projects that were within the city and what we could develop, sort of the shovel-ready projects that are ready to go. We're trying to leverage a lot of projects within our list of projects that we'd like to tackle with these $50 million in funds, and identify basically which are the most high priority projects we can tackle first. The interesting thing is though that when we were submitting our application, the USDA was very basic in providing that this application was very not basic, but it was a very narrow scope in which to do some of this work. Basically, they just wanted the money to go to trees, some maintenance, and some workforce development, but not like construction or sort of the things. It's just very just basic tree planting and another very, I guess, not so complicated components to then execute these funds. We also are going to be working in, I think, in the upcoming phases to develop our workforce development components. So, as I mentioned, Laredo College, we sat with them extensively to research. They researched programs that they could, certification programs that they could offer to students and other interested, folks in the workforce to apply for through the college and become certified arborists and horticulturists to help plant trees using the same funds from this program. So we were very excited to partner with Laredo College, and of course the Bethany House also partnered with them to provide job opportunities to our homeless, disadvantaged population. Other upcoming phases, I think we were also tackling, again, we worked very closely with TxDOT and our city governments to identify projects where we need tree canopy coverage in, for example, right-of-ways or areas that have no tree canopy coverage when we have a lot of pedestrian traffic. Because the USDA had a very specific requirement, as most of these grants do, that they wanted to see projects or trees planted in areas where what they call where the community will gather. So not gathering, for example, on a right-of-way off a highway that is not used as a pedestrian path, more on an area where, like downtown areas, urbanized areas, where there is a lot of community gathering, or people using these sidewalks, for example, as right-of-ways to go from point A to point B. So just to give you an example of some of the phases that we're building out, and everything is going to be done over the course of 5 years, with the intention, of course, to hopefully receive continued funding after 5 years to sustain a long-term program like this for Laredo.
Thank you, Martin. I'd just like to add really quickly that this is probably, even though it's a 5-year grant, it's probably the first phase of tackling the urban heat island effect in Laredo anyway. I know that there's been other projects in other countries. One of the ones that I was looking into was in Medellin, in Colombia. And they did like a 3-year focused tree planting initiative, but they also did cool pavement. It's like a sealant that goes on top of the asphalt, on top of roads. And that is, instead of absorbing heat, will reflect heat. And they found that over the course of their hottest days, it brought the heat down by 2 degrees Celsius. So that's a really big impact, especially here in South Texas, where we're kind of burning to a crisp. So thank you again to our panelists. You've been wonderful, and thank you so much for sharing your experiences and what the process has been like. Does anybody have any questions for the panelists?
I just wanted to ask you, I went to the water and wastewater presentation, which was very good, but I was wondering, have we in Laredo, do you know of any projects that people are trying to look at some of the very innovative things that they're doing in water and wastewater? Do you know of anybody?
You're referring to, Sister Rosemary, to other entities that are researching these projects?
I just want to know, in Laredo, do we know of anybody that's trying to look at some of their projects about water and wastewater?
Just us?
Presentation?
I
didn't know if they're trying to encourage other people, or is it just what you all are doing?
Good question, Sister Rosemary. Excellent question.
Yeah, you're doing a lot. I was just
right. I mean, that's a great question. As far as I know, Sister Rosemary, I don't mean to, we are here at Risk. We are tackling. We're trying to research a lot of upcoming grant opportunities for some very innovative water and wastewater infrastructure projects. One of them we've actually developed in-house in collaboration for any of those who were at one of our breakout sessions with Mr. Bob Zimmerman earlier this morning. We worked with him very closely to develop a unique and innovative type of wastewater effluent recycling system. It's called a QUIRC, or a Community Water and Energy Resource Center. And Mr. Zimmerman himself, for those who attended, he actually piloted a lot of the early models for that project in Boston when he was formerly with the Charles River Watershed Association. So we at Risk, I worked closely with him over the last year and a half to develop a very specific and targeted proposal to essentially simulate what a quirk would be like here in South Texas. So we're still in the search to try and find funding for this sort of effluent type, infrastructure recycling project. It's innovative because it combines technologies. A lot of these technologies in this, model have actually been around since the 1960s. What makes it innovative is combining all of these essentially into one roof, and essentially turning what is normally very cost prohibitive wastewater facilities into very profitable forms of investment for local governments. So we're working on that. I don't know if there's any other that I've heard of other folks that are trying to research similar sort of innovative projects like that here in Laredo. I'm sure there's plenty in South Texas, and maybe some up from our friends up in North and Central Texas. But
that was exactly the session that I was in, and that was exactly the one I was referring to. At the city level or county, or any of we thought about it, because we know. And I want to congratulate Risk on all that you're doing about saving the river and all the many projects. Be a board member. I'm a board member. I'm not a board member, just a member of Risk. But so I just wondered, are we looking at that?
Yes, certainly, and at the city level, and we're proud of what Risk is doing too. It's something that's constantly being a topic of discussion, and we don't want that topic to die down. We wanted to keep its fire because it is important. The river is our number one source of drinking water. It's where we pull all of our resources from, so we need to protect it. And although I haven't been in the conversations when it's happening about these alternative sources for drinking water, I do know that it is a priority for City Council, for the mayor to identify these alternate sources of drinking water, innovative effluent strategies that we can use, utilizing groundwater and things like that. But at the city level, we are starting to really explore those funding opportunities because it's kind of like street paving. They kind of expect, hey, you'll have aging infrastructure. Well, that's kind of, that's at the municipal level. You guys take care of it, but we do need the help. So that's something that we're looking at as well.
Thank you very much.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Yes. Hey, first of all, I want to commend you all on, taking advantage of this funding and being so innovative and pursuing these things, coming from an area, from the Corpus area, we're regressing and investing in a lot of outdated technology. So congratulations on that. For our organization and for other nonprofits, there's this misconception possibly that we are not pursuing government grants because of our inability to lobby or have any political action. Have y'all run into that problem in the past, or is that something that's that you would consider? Because we've just been told we can't do that because it'll inhibit our ability to.
I mean, going out for a federal grant should not be considered lobbying. Lobbying is when you're asking for, a legislator or a lawmaker to pass a particular bill, a specific bill, right? That's the federal definition of lobbying. So it shouldn't affect your 501c3 nonprofit status or your C4 nonprofit status if you're applying for a government grant. Unless your grant is to do lobbying, which it probably is not going to be.
Oh, yeah. I thought Martin was going to take it. No, that's okay. I would suggest, we've worked a lot with Risk here in the realm of environmental aspects of funding opportunities. Environmental grants are something that we need to really look on, because not just these Justice 40 grants should we be applying for and applying these methods to these grant opportunities, but that, for example, a park grant, you can use Justice 40 to apply those same methods to strengthen your application and do things like that. So I would suggest, since we've got good partnerships, maybe I don't know what your relationship is with the city or with Mrs. County, but definitely. If not you, the lead applicant, maybe the city or the county would be willing to be the lead applicant and partner with it if you do have concerns about lobbying. But, to the point here made is that, you shouldn't have an issue.
And just to add quickly to Arnold's point and to Virginia's point, that is correct that seeking partnerships with these applications in most cases is integral to applying for these funds. I mean, you can't submit these applications without having partnerships. And of course, there are situations where you can certainly submit grants without getting a letter of support or even a letter of commitment, but a lot of this work we understand, at least internally, at least here from the nonprofit side, that we cannot do it alone. And so seeking partnerships with your city or county governments is sometimes necessitated in some cases with these applications. But we've never encountered a situation where we've been told not to do because we're engaging in lobbying. I think we understand, certainly do understand from the nonprofit side to be careful with that, but we've never done it in a way that has put us in a position that may jeopardize our 501c3 status.
One more?
Congratulations on the panel, really informative. I have a question on performance measurement. And the first part is, can you talk to us about any type of things we should be on the lookout in terms of how stringent in requiring different or innovative performance measures for these grants? What should we be looking out for? And also, what role are universities or local universities playing in assisting local governments in developing measurements that can actually tell you if you are impacting these communities, or what kind of impact are you having, whether they be output or process or institutional? What type of assessments are you finding out?
Well, I can tell you from my aspect, I'm just one, I don't even want to call myself a grant writer. I don't know how I fell into this. I didn't go to school to be a grant writer. My background in criminal justice, so I'm just one person, but these are things that have worked for me. I have found and been successful with them as far as performance measures. So a lot of it goes into the application itself, but then the rest of it is your implementation, your sustainability, and your goals are right. So one of the tips I can give, and it's you probably know about this too, but here's a baseline, right? If you're gonna want to measure something or whatever what you're implementing, is there a baseline for it? If there's not, a tip that I can give you that's worked for me is just implement it as a pilot. Use some of the known data around, and and convince and say, hey, we want to do this. We know that it can impact. We want to try it as a pilot. You may have better success in convincing the performance measure aspect of it if you do it that way. But the local universities play a huge part. We're finding in workforce development. It's been successful for us. We found that, hey, anything that we implement, we want to create jobs for it. We want to increase the local tax base with these grants if we can, by creating jobs, and by implementing the universities, we can do upskill programs, we can do reskill programs, we can do certification programs. I know I attended a session earlier where they did talk about, you need the hands that are going to be deploying all these projects that you're putting out. And if you don't have the workforce, how are you really going to be successful? How are you going to measure the performance? So the local universities are huge, not only in that aspect, but in data collection. We found that partnering with the universities, using their students, maybe say, hey, can we develop a partnership where your students can help us keep track? Can there be an MOU of some sort? We've explored that with risk as well, but we found some success in that.
And if I may add to that, another tip I can suggest is the EPA has a very useful guidebook to a model that they developed over many years called the Collaborative Problem-Solving Model. And they have, I guess it's basically like a tips and tricks sort of guidebook into when you are collaborating with partners for federal grants or even outside of in other realms, you can use their guidebook to sort of develop strategies to best solve these problems. As Arnold mentioned, another grant that we had also applied to required an assessment of air quality, but as Arnold said, we have no baseline to go off of. So that, again, as he mentioned, that doesn't indicate that there isn't a problem. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite. It means that there is a problem. And so another strategy I can recommend is, and some of these grants that we have seen some success in, is establishing, for example, in your applications, stating that you will establish a type of evaluation committee with project partners that can help sort of assess these performance measures through the life of the grant and maybe beyond. Evaluation committees can be successful in sort of keeping tabs on the grant and reporting that internally to the the grant administrators and then back to the agency. And there was one thing I was going to mention, skip my mind. Well, it was evaluation committee and then doing some research from the EPA's collaborative problem solving model. And I can't remember what the other thing was. I do apologize.
Sure, yeah, I think for the methane emission reduction program, the way that they've worded some of this language for this program, I get the sense they want you to go out and measure methane emissions before and after the project's completion, show that they've actually been mitigated, right, or dealt with. And so there are two types of funding that they're offering under this program. One is financial assistance and the other is technical assistance. And so when they say technical assistance, I think they're saying, like, if you need a consultant or an expert to advise you on how to construct a project or how to construct, like, maybe a routine systematic thing that you want your city or institution to do, they can fund a project like that. The financial assistance I interpret as meaning direct financial assistance for, like, the equipment to plug the leaks, right, or plug maybe an orphan well, something like that. So something really tangible. But there are service providers out there that can help you measure methane emissions. And so I would think that some of the metrics that you could put into a proposal would be, tons of methane emissions avoided or total cubic feet of methane emissions avoided, something like that. And I would work in, paying for a service provider to come and help do this before and after measurements.
Great. Well, that's going to conclude our panel for this afternoon. And thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around and being part of this.
Thank you all so much for that. That was a really great panel, very informative. Thank you again to our panelists who took the time out of their day to come share a little bit of information with us. We are going to go ahead and take a break now. We have a 10-minute break scheduled in before our next panel discussion, so we can have some more refreshments outside. Restrooms just down the hall right here to your right as soon as you step out. So we'll be back here in 10 minutes. Thank you all again.
Okay, everybody, sorry to interrupt conversations. We just want to start gathering the speakers that are still here just to come here to the front. I know some of the sessions were really short, and so maybe questions didn't get asked, so you can have that opportunity now. Now, most people have kind of trickled out, but thank you all for staying and sticking it out with us to the end. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll give our closing remarks, and again, thank you all. So if we could just have our speakers here. Thank you so much. Are there any pending questions that we might have for Andrew here? Andrew here, Professor Cecilio, or Virginia? Anything at all? I know probably not. There aren't very many of us, so thank you to our three speakers for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Andrew, I know maybe some people here weren't in the Solar for All. Do you want to talk about that just real briefly, like 5 minutes max?
Sure. All right, thanks, y'all. Yeah, just very briefly, TEPRI is part of a large and nebulous coalition at the moment to put together an application for an opportunity called Solar for All. It's an opportunity through the EPA to provide up to $400 million for the state of Texas to forward access to solar for predominantly low income and disadvantaged communities. Tebri is part of this coalition that is currently being spearheaded by Harris County. And the reason being, they are the ones sort of putting together this coalition that includes a number of large county governments as well as a number of nonprofits and other governments throughout the state. So part of the reason I was excited to come down here was to engage with you all and see if there was what interest I could gather from local government stakeholders here in Webb County, in Laredo and beyond, because part of our mission at Tebri is to ensure that these types of federal funding opportunities are equitably distributed throughout the state, and we have a distinct interest in ensuring that these funds reach Webb County and the surrounding communities as well. We want to ensure that not only the dollars are received, but in the planning process, in the application process, the input of local stakeholders, local community members, local nonprofit organizations are heard, and that the ideas around access to solar, needs for home repairs to get homes ready for solar are heard, so that we can incorporate that into our application to ensure that it's as representative of populations across the state as possible, and that we can ensure that funds are able to reach communities here in Laredo and Webb County. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and that was amazing, and Solar for All is amazing. So we're currently working to ensure that South Texas is represented in that, like Andrew said. So that's something that if you want more information on or you're interested in at all, reach out to me and we can see how we can make that happen, kind of grow the South Texas coalition or mission in that just a little bit more. So yeah, that would be incredible. And Tebri is amazing in terms of a resource for y'all. So capacity building, I don't think you guys said that right, but like they can help in gathering some analytics or grant writing. So absolutely amazing resource. Andrew's information was up on his slide in his session, but if you were not there, you didn't get that, feel free to reach out to me and I will provide that to you. And then Dr. Cecilio, if you want to, talk a little bit about your work in ETRGV and kind of what you're trying to accomplish there and how, maybe just a little bit about our discussion in terms of kind of creating this movement here in South Texas.
Well, movement, that's a big word. But I guess we are moving, whether we want it or not. Thank you again, Alexandra. I mean, it's been a pleasure to share this space with all of you. I'm a newcomer to the Rio Grande Valley, not to the border or border studies, because my first job out of the PhD program was at UTEC and was able to immerse myself in border culture and environmental issues, and particularly from an environmental justice standpoint. But I think, first of all, what I came here to do was to learn. And I find lately, from colleagues and from looking at institutions of higher education, we're not doing a very good job of learning ourselves. We've kind of built ourselves stiff in building directional relationships, whether it's with communities or with other organizations, and we seem to have a little bit of trouble getting out of that stiffness, whether it's disciplinary or just basic relationship making. And most people think that we are knowledge creation organizations, But in the era of climate change, is that enough? I don't know. So I just wanted to learn along with you if those are some of the questions that we are asking ourselves in this region. How can we interconnect better to have more spaces like this? To ask ourselves those questions. Look, my ex-university got hit by 2 hurricanes in the span of a week, Irma and Maria in 2017. The University of Puerto Rico now is in decline and really gasping for air to be able to just recover, not even reconstruct. And it's been 6 years after those events. Now, UTRGV made what I consider was an offer I couldn't refuse to try and to have an opportunity to bring and share what we learned from that experience to a region that in 2021 saw its electric system collapse in a freeze. Those two events might not look alike, but as I look at them more and more, I see some more similarities than differences between what we went through and what you guys went through here. Some of the questions that I'm still asking in Puerto Rico, I would love to hear if there's answers for here, like, what was the social demographic distribution of the deaths related to the freeze? Have you read that article?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was predominantly people of color. Yep.
So we're here talking about energy justice, Justice 40, and we were talking about this in our session. People were telling us, "Oh, did you guys practice this?" It was like, because Andrew gave a more statistically grounded presentation. And here comes the academic and uses storytelling to complement his statistically grounded presentation. And that seemed to like touch a nerve in the audience. I think we gotta find ways to do innovative presentations, innovative products, visualizations, all sorts of things that can bring about the point that, look, when things are normal, energy burden is important, energy justice issues are important, but when you're hit by an extreme weather event, it's a matter of life and death. And I would hate for our next conversation to come about because of some sort of event. That's not the time to have the conversation. Now is the time to have the conversation. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity to learn, and take the mic from me because I won't.
Thank you, Professor.
You also like to say a few words about the
Yeah, sure.
and your experience here?
I want to underscore so much of what's been said here. I think I was also very inspired by some of the remarks that Susana and Mansa had during the lunch panel. But it really is a historic moment and opportunity that we have right now, and we really have to rise to the occasion. People have inhabited this region for tens of thousands of years, right? Over 10,000 years, people have been living in this region. Laredo was founded in 1755. I'm a 9th generation descendant of one of the founders of Laredo. We've been here, we've been doing this thing for a long time. Oil and gas has only been around in Texas for just over 100 years, maybe 120 years. It hasn't been that long. And I think part of what you were alluding to is we get locked into these ideas of how things are and always have to be. And, we're convinced to close our minds to what things can look like in the future. And there's a lot of, moneyed interests involved in keeping us sitting here with blinders on. And so these events like Winter Storm Uri, the hurricanes that we've experienced on the Gulf Coast, and the extreme heat that we're experiencing here today that's affecting our agriculture sector, these are all important events that we need to respond to in a systemic way. We need to think very carefully about what we want our communities to look like 9 generations down the road. We have the information at our disposal, and now we have the resources at our disposal to make different choices for ourselves and for future generations. So let's not miss that opportunity. And I also think, we should do the best we can, but let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's get these grant applications out there and put our best foot forward and make some good things happen.
Thank you so much, all of you. That was incredible, those final words, Virginia and Professor Cecilio, Andrew, thank you. So we're gonna close out today. I again want to thank you all for being here. It's been an incredible event, the first of its kind here in Laredo, in the region for sure. So I just want to reiterate, please utilize RISC, utilize me as the employee of RISC, as the Federal Environmental Justice Program Manager, to help you make these connections with one another, to help you identify these needs in your communities, to help you connect those to funding opportunities. That's what we're here for. That's why Tricia, amazing, incredible Tricia, had the foresight to apply for the grant that made my position a reality, a possibility. And I want to thank Mark and Tricia, who again, for having the vision for this event, and everybody who made this possible, to all the RISC staff, everybody who reached out to one another in the community leaders that reached out to other community leaders to make sure that we had a good turnout, and I'm so happy with the results. I'm really hoping that this turns into something that we see over and over again, and I hope to see you all again very, very soon. Thank you.